Okie dokie. So, I'm not going to be the only one who does this. Not even possibly, or possibly not even going to be the best one to do this. But I figured for the sake of me actually being up at an ungodly early time, i.e. normal human waking time, I'll just go over the new stuff in the update. Because apparently it's newsworthy since the Reddit is on fire with like how many different posts there have been in the past few hours since the update. So I'm very interested to see how that goes. And then since I also went through my builds a couple of days ago, I figured this would be a pretty decent A/B comparison for some of them at least for driving around. So who knows, maybe that'll be a benefit to somebody somewhere at some point. But I figure this is exciting enough that I want to experience it here early, so why not give it a go for everything and stream it. Get my first hot opinions on all the new stuff, you know, master builder over here. New fancy stuff. I'm not actually sure if this is going to be relevant for consoles, so I will double check this stuff after, but pretty much everything covered beforehand. The prior streams and their release and their news posts, so that's interesting. The bigger your car, the more it's cut off. Increases the visibility range for detecting vehicles because now your armored vehicle takes up a smaller part of the screen. I'm not sure I like that. I like to see my butt. And I will admit that this kind of seems counter, like, useful to itself, because if it's also closer camera, that means you're not going to be able to peek as far around the build or above. And I don't inherently have an issue with that because I do feel like Crossout is kind of like a pseudo first-person shooter, even though obviously it's not. And having the third-person camera characteristics did kind of make some things unfair as far as like artillery or like hiding around corners and whatnot. At the same time, it's kind of been a part of the game for long enough that you could just argue that there's another level of like complexity and gameplay to it. I don't know if it was necessarily wrong per se, certainly different than most other games. But we'll have to see how that goes. The sound updates, the exhibition, which is apparently broken according to like half dozen posts about it in the meantime. Update the interface. Yeah, burning wreckage. People are saying that the wreckage remains as a physical object. Yeah, that cannot be passed or it can be used in cover. So some people are saying they're having issues with tusk builds and lances where they get stuck on it, which is interesting. Kind of makes sense to me when it's actually better for the game. Couldn't say everybody likes piling hate on lances and tusks, so it's probably pretty easy to be like, this is an upgrade, and yet be like, well, I mean, they are legitimate play styles, so kind of making them completely hard to use isn't necessarily quote-unquote fair, but it might help with the overrepresentation and over performance of them currently. Certain trees, I knew it, those bastards. Certain trees, not all the trees, so we're still going to have issues with some of them, evidently. Hopefully they just made it, like, obvious enough. High friction for train materials. Interesting. Huh. That's not unfair. It does mean that having things underslung on your build might make them, like, not usable at all, though. That's good. Very nice. Change the control. Now these cars move, and isn't this optional? Oh yeah. Strafing is carried out using the default steering key. I'm gonna have to double check these. None of this is new, but I'll have to actually see how it works on controller since we don't actually have the like turn keys in most other games. Suspension. Nice. I think technically it would be suspension has been reduced because the entire point of suspension is to cause it to not change a relative height, even though your actual height changes, so them saying that it leans more leads me to believe that there's less suspension, but I'm not a vehicle guy, so I could be wrong. Wired is longer, yes, hover base is a rectangle. I wonder if they make it sound as if it's something they've actually included as like something you can see in AR mode, so we'll see about that. Yeah, lightweight. As many as they had parts on their account. During the exchange, the upgrades will be maintained. That's interesting, because in the update yesterday, they said that it was going to be limited to 8 times. So, I guess we'll have to see. More resistant, pushing, better climbing, great acceleration, and the rate of turn are now independent of the current speed of the car. What? They now have roughly... Okay, well that'll be a feel it out sort of thing. Now super heavy builds on legs should be just as slow as those on wheels. Gonna have to see new perk. Oh boy, reduces the rate of spread when firing more when turning the weapons. That's interesting. Not complaining. Damage increases. We'll have to see, because the base tick damage is only like 20, so being 60 damage isn't like crazy great either, but at the same time, I think it's 60 to every part touching the auger, so if it's like a large flat build, you might be able to actually like grind through it really fast. Strafe speed, nice, good stuff. Turning has been reduced. That's a nerf for those who aren't aware, but... Speed on mass, okay, turning radius. Turning speed has been reduced, dependence on the mass. Okay, I'm not against these things just by the sounds of them, but again, we'll have to test it out. Witch Hunt, back again, yes, 3, oh, beautiful. Love Ravager's Foothold. Valley of the Dead was the event one from like 2 years ago, for what it's worth. They brought it back last year and this year, so. Victory, balloons, bombs, yeah, so I don't even think they changed the game mode at all. New rewards. Wow, same rewards as prior, and then a new reward. New pack. Bonuses reduced for Leviathan. Only charges from weapons, not RAM or module explosive. Interesting, makes sense. Module does not disable explosive spears, makes sense. Pack. Lamau. What silly devs. That's fine. Bridge can blow up. Just trying to spam. Fall. Debris leads to their destruction. So they don't actually specify here if it'll kill you if you're on top of it either. So again, in the stream yesterday they said that it would kill you above and below, but that might not be the case anymore. Update the map to preserve the key. Interesting. Hadn't heard anything about this, so that might be somewhat significant. Brawls 4 will be available to you, which will replace every 30 minutes. This seems like a lot of changing, but guess maybe it'll keep people a little bit more invested in them. I don't know, nobody fucking plays it anyway, so. Updated blueprints for raiders. Interesting. Wonder if that means easy raids, and if so, for which ones. This one was known. Oh shit, they actually changed stats of stuff. Okay, other than the breaker, but let's see. Yeah, the patch notes is like parts, like a page, and everything else. It's like, these are all the mechanics we're tweaking. Okay, alright, let's crack open those spreadsheets, I guess. Was not expecting. Boss. But I also don't plan the test server, so this might not be news to other people. Let's see. Cabin, gorilla. We don't have a gorilla cabin. Wait, we totally do. This is the base cabin. I don't even have this one on the fucking spreadsheet because it's like the lowest tier. That's funny. I completely whiffed on having the lowest tier item for cabins. I find that funny. Oh. Okay, we'll just do it this way. because it copied the stuff anyway, so we want to copy all the values except for these because we want it to recalculate. You're killing me. Why is it not being nice? I'm rating like, there we go. Butte. So this is going to be base gorilla. I'll throw it on the other page. Alright, so it has 8 energy, so that's an upgrade, people. I'm gonna have to grab the rest of the stats in game, but I'll do the stat changes at least. So 8 energy, seal club intensifies, power score increase, that's a new one. Wait, this has more power score than the light cabins now. That's funky. Okay. Durability increased to 260. Well, this is odd change I wasn't expecting. Why are they changing all the base parts? I don't have any of the base parts. They've never been relevant before. Damn, okay. Well, shit, I guess I'm doing those as well now, aren't I? This is certainly a first for me. Well, I guess that makes sense why they're increasing these if they're also increasing the... What are they doing? All common cabins, but not the other weapons? Huh. So they're only increasing... I think they're fucking up the calculations then, aren't they? Because if they increase the power score and energy for the common cabins, but they don't increase the power score of the... Or no, I guess 1 point is probably 100 power score. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the Duster goes from 250 to 350. It has 10 energy. Oh, dude. Dude, no. Seal clubbing actually legitimately, non-ironically increases. Okay, well, whatever. All the cabins are 350 power scoring. 999. I guess it makes sense actually looking at it. They're actually like increasing the steps or decreasing the steps. So beforehand this was 9 energy, now it's 10, and then goes 11, 12. Beforehand this was 7, 8, and then 10, and there wasn't a 9. Now it goes 8, 9, 10, and then for this it was 7, and now it goes 8, and then we have the trucker at 9, 10, 11. So that kind of makes sense. I still maintain that the growl needs to be nerfed in energy, so it wasn't as powerful, and then they could have left the Duster at 9, but I guess they had different opinions on the matter, where we should have the light cabin have 11 energy at rare, but the mediums and heavy only 10 at most. Whatever. Which does what I know, right? Alright, let's see. Cannon. I do have that one recorded. Energy from 5 to 4, that's pretty significant shift for no labeled reason. Power score decreased to 340, which would probably make sense as the energy drain, damage, whatever. Ammo increased to 35, what the fuck? That is, they tripled the ammo count, and then they reduced its, this is insane. Okay. Alright, why did nobody talk about these? These are pretty significant shifts for like the first few parts you get in the game. They literally just buffed this. This is an entire buff for the Avenger. They decrease the energy and thus the power score. They decrease the mass. They increase the damage. They increase the ammo. They increase... Oh, sorry. They reduce the projectile speed. There it is, guys. There's the one negative. That's why it's balanced. They made it fire shots 9% slower. That's wild. Can you imagine changing any, like, purple or legendary item stats by this much? There's no way they'd be able to do that. That's That's crazy. Maybe this is them finally making cannons useful in raids again, but only if you use the white one, because you can slap 4 on a build. Anyway, let's see. Oh, yeah, why would you say 7.5 specifically? What is the rate anyway? 60 divided by 9. Oh, sorry. This. Oh, why would they look at this? They did it backwards. They said reduce from old to new, and then now new to old. This is inconsistent and confusing. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it was 12 stacks, so 72 divided by 9. That was 8 stacks for this. So I guess it was 12 stacks for the flash. Maybe 6%, 72%. 2 divided by 6. Yeah, it was 12 stacks for this guy, 8 stacks for this one, and then now it's 60 divided by the 8 stacks, so 7.5. I don't like it being 7.5. I would have just made it 8%, but whatever. So we go to our weapons, and it is now 7.5. What a disgusting value to put in. 7.5 to 60%. Reduced target cabin power, and the flash is now 5 to 60%. It's interesting because I know people were saying you could stack these two before, the negatives of them. I don't know if this aims to address that or just making them less whack. They don't include any rationale for these changes at all, which is wild to me because normally they do. Whatever, production time is reduced. Legendary and relic only, okay. So they didn't decrease the epic or lower tier stuff, which makes sense because they didn't mention that they did, but whatever. Breaker, next shot block significantly increased, the more radiated. They don't even specify what the percentile for stuff is, but whatever. Okay, breaker, new perk, so making the unbreakable build is now something I can toss, yippee. And that's basically a better Thunderbolt, which makes sense because it's part of the line, so maybe we'll also change the Hammerfall stats eventually, maybe, hopefully, so it's not a disabling thing, I don't know. I will update the breaker info once I get moving. Okay, let's see, updated reinforced track, CTAC, check that out. Didn't move off the hill on the dead highway. I don't recall ever running into this. Had issues on like ship graveyard, but whatever. They don't take up storage space. Nice. Nice. I just saved myself. So these 3 were from drops. I have no idea what Crosshairs is. And then Diamond Shine was... I wonder if Crosshairs was also part of this pack, but Diamond Shine was the anniversary pack hologram, so them not taking up space makes sense. These 3 were from cartridges from Twitch drops, so that also makes sense. Fix the bugs, would not enter the arena of the engineers. Okay. Fix the display premise. Don't even know what they're talking about because I don't use that guy. Incorrectly directed side guard of the big wheel. No idea what that is. Hey, I knew it was a bug. People were being like, why did he make it a feature where pressing backs out all the way? It's like, there's no fucking way. They definitely just broke the chain. Cool, that's good. That's good. Improved. Well, that's vague and unhelpful. Neat. Okay, cool. Well, there's a bunch of stuff to check out, isn't there? So I'm going to be very interested in what we have. I'm going to check the rest of these fucking cabin stats, though. Because this is not insignificant. Okay. Fun fact too, I have the tip of the day stuff, the show tips while loaded and turned off in the settings, and that obviously hasn't changed anything, so there's another bug, I guess. Scar AB. Very cool. Thank you, Leviathan. Very cool. Now you own... Okay, so it's literally... Yeah, it's based off of however many you owned. Very interesting. So that's kind of a big deal. Not to say they lied, but it was wrong, and they announced it wrong. Anyway, new UI, interesting. Definitely a lot more simplified, especially up here. Not opposed to it. People are saying it definitely gives off mobile vibes, and I don't disagree. Have to see how it ends up going. Not so big a fan of all the fog in the garage, but maybe that's just a Halloween thing and not a permanent thing. I don't know. New shop stuff. Did they already put... Oh, look at that. They already put the pack in. I'm actually impressed, because normally there's a couple days delay for Xbox. Wonder if it actually is up, or if it's... I'd imagine so, but it's possible that it's not. Normally, though, if it has, yeah, well, it's up. Nice. So that means can get some of the brand new Catalina. Definitely not overpowered. Oh, and that's another thing for Xbox. Every time you open the store, that happens. Which sucks. It's on the new gen, they have a new feature where you can have multiple games suspended in the background, so I believe you can just resume them immediately and you don't get kicked to menu. But on the old gen, which is what I'm running, you don't have that feature. So whenever you suspend a game, it basically is just, it's shut down in the background. It's not just suspended. So that's kind of annoying, but whatever, I gotta get with the times. Alright, well this is also really good, honestly, because I didn't do raids yesterday. Oh, look at that, and it's okay, they added new details here, so now it says raid versus bandits and then PvE. Beforehand it didn't. So they changed this a little bit. Not opposed, not opposed. Try, dude, I hate Fortress Frontier Defense, but whatever. Yeah, they definitely changed stuff. Can confirm. Okay, where's... I don't think I've saved this one anyway. Even though I, like, oh, I totally did. Cool, so I don't need to worry about saving it. I can just run that guy, or actually Fortress. I don't really want to run the Nova on Fortress because it's kind of hard to use the shield. So this does kind of seem like the safer bet, but what I will do is I will replace it with those Cyclones. Yeah, we were new for the Royal Sonka. Thought it said for the Arbiters. I'm like, I got those like multiple days ago. Oh, right. They chunky boys. Welp. Awkward. So my options are Millers or a completely different build. Struggle. Okay. Let's see. New cabin. Is it already crazy? Oh, look at that. It is inserted after the dead man. I'm smart. Nice. Got it on the spreadsheet in the right spot already. Is it thousands? Yes, it sure is. Oh. It doesn't... The expanded menus doesn't directly take you to trade. Don't like that. What are people asking for? 2,000. That isn't surprising to me. Not surprising at all. I imagine this thing is going to be a force of nature. Oh, Boxa. So much. Beautiful. This is probably part of the new drive. Yeah, I don't mind the wheels so far. It definitely feels like there's a little bit more weight to... I mean, I haven't used this explicit pack. I'll have to test some of my other things, but this isn't feeling bad so far. It said handbrake only applies to the rear wheels. I'll double check if it means non-steering, because that was already a thing, but... Oh, Prodigy got some hurricanes, but enough, the game is going to just put me into game chat by default. And the other person is going to have to listen to my ramblings. But I'm not seeing a mic symbol, so it looks like they're good. Does that unmute in game? No, it does not. Well, no idea what that mic symbol does then. Fun Welch. They also changed the font of the text. I'm not against it. Numbers are looking a bit more distinct, especially on the banners, because it was kind of fuzzy beforehand, I guess, due to the colors and whatnot chosen. I definitely accelerated slower. Definitely also feels like I'm in the ass in my build. I guess this would have been a good thing to check to begin with. Camera distance, very, thank you. Motion blur, no. He's vignetting. Indicates brightness reduction at the edges of field of view, sure. Lens flare. Already know, baby. Motion blur I don't care for off the top of my... Oh, it didn't save, yuck. You'd think it would save in between tabs, but whatever. This barely moved it out at all around. Got some good old Battlefield-esque. Oh yeah. Not as immobilized, destruction. Nice. I like that. Definitely feels a bit more tactile, especially if not having the points that was coming up in the can be distracting. Having it off to one side is nice. I feel like it's kind of, I feel like it should be pushed over further so it's in line with the, like the parts banner, rather than kind of like 1 inch over from that, but nice. I feel like those will start getting tiring. Just feel a bit more like casual of like it constantly announcing things rather than just being like, hey, use your peepers. But I suppose we'll see. I don't know if it's just lighting, but it does kind of feel like driving a bit more laggy, like it's a bit slower to spawn. But that might also just be like actual lag and not the new update. New effects are good though. Sparks joy. Getting my screen taste maybe a little less so, but at least it's indicative. Oh yeah, this dude was slow. Look at that. They got shock to him now. This is me holding all the way left and all the way right on the control stick. It takes some time to turn around. I wonder if they made like all of the hover builds more tilted. I completely forgot that that would also apply to bots, because if so, it might be, funnily enough, a nerf to the dodge children race. But that's alright, because they really hurt anything already. Yeah, no, like the initial turning is rough, and then it does speed up once it actually like starts doing the turn, but that definitely feels laggy currently. So no quick turns which tracks anymore. But again, not necessarily entirely opposed to the idea of these things having a link to mass. That is certainly a lot less responsive, at least than it used to be than before the update. Rainbow Six Siege went the wrong way. Getting rid of Omni's disc. It looks like they have white text with a black outline on all of it now, and I don't know if that was the case before or not, or if the font change helped or whatnot, but I do like how crisp everything looks. Still has their icon on the map though. I assume it's just the carcass being left. You would have assumed that the radar icon was gone. See that dude's body just linked immediately in front of the radar. Weird. Maybe just above the boss body specifically. Well, I hate to be that guy, but I do feel like I almost need to slow down when I hit the tree. It'd be nice if they also had some fall collision, so like if I drove through it would bounce off me rather than just phase through. But maybe I request too much. As far as the feature being there, even in this form compared to not having it, it's better though, so. Also pretty useful, like in battle, for the sake of, oh, look at all those trees falling down over there. It's evidently an invisible lead. Maybe not even invisible, just behind a hill or something. Is it a good update? The sound is a little too loud. Apologies, Mr. Thomas Arts. I can turn up my audio, my mic some more if that's part. I already have it. I know when I was checking the stream yesterday, for timestamping it had like this weird like bass or buzzing to the mic, but otherwise I had, sorry teammate, otherwise it was just like if I don't have the mic boosted then it's like completely drowned out by audio. So I could possibly also turn down the game. So I currently have game at like 0 neutral audio in OBS, and then I have the mic upped by 15, so I could alternatively turn down the game audio by 15 if that sparks joy. But it's just based off of the sound quality bars, so trying to keep them in the like high green, low yellow. So if I did it the other way, then my mic and game would both be in low green. You want even more boost? So can be arranged. Feels maybe a little. See if that's any better. Might also have to refresh the page. I don't know. I do not know. Better? Yes. Yes! Well, I am glad you could come and devote your expertise to helping me improve the quality of the stream, Mr. Thomas Arts. I'm actually not sure why I had to do this, because I don't think when I was at the other place I actually had issues with the audio mix. I wonder if it's just an acoustic difference. I suppose too I am currently facing a closet which has my TV in it rather than the computer which has a wall behind it, but I don't think that should make too big of a difference for the sake of me just using a headset mic. Bad bot, no scorpions, no scorpions. Nice, look at that, didn't even respawn. I'm a hero. Wow, got some new wind music. It's nice. It's nice. I'm not complaining so far. Voice sounds good now. Oh man. Thomas Arts, truly the hero of the wasteland. Yeah, I mean I can kind of show you the mixer, but like it's pretty, like there's a pretty vast difference between the two right now. And this is me boosting the mic by 20 decibels. Like it's not it's not small, but whatever, if it produces better results. Like I said, I know yesterday with the stream it did have like this low bass buzzing sound that got picked up as well when I had the mic higher, so I don't know if that's a factor at all, but yeah, no, as you may have also noticed, Bangy Boy, I went to bed early, so didn't do raids. I don't know if you ended up catching up with Regan at all. Oh, plastic frontier defense. I am a glutton for plastic, but I'm not so sure I want to go do that right now. I will get the easy raid done though, at least. Try out these sweet new perks. This is just the Aurora CK, yeah. trying out the sweet new... Oh, they moved the blueprints in the info tab, didn't they? Or maybe it was the other one, I don't know. Anyway, new Omni perk. Nice. Alright. I don't know why the max on this is over all of a sudden. It wasn't for a very long time. Evidently I messed something up. Whatever, that's fine. Yeah, definitely a lot more contrast on a lot of stuff though. Even like here with all the colors and whatnot. Like I said, I know there's fog in the garage, hopefully just for the event, but... Like, especially in here, it's a lot more obvious of how bright the backgrounds are now. Or rather, how the background is like darker, and so the colors really pop a lot more. Got a nice little smorgasbord of colors here. Very nice. For 2 raids. Yeah, probably before the update, I'm assuming. This is me. I woke up pretty early and I'm like, test out new stuff time. And I'm like, well, I might as well stream it because I was just going over this stuff yesterday for the live stream notes, right? So why not also just showcase the stuff? But I'm not opposed to the UI so far. I'm actually getting Rainbow Six Siege vibes a lot because they're using a similar color palette, but just sell me a Helios, people. Oh, I hate that. I hate they swapped. That's probably the biggest thing so far, is it used to be you press Y for more and then you press A and it would be trade, but now it just goes to parameters immediately. Ugh. As if I want to go on this screen every time. But yeah, so dude kept outbidding me, so now I gotta wait for them to sell it to them so I can get my last Helios. The struggle, I tell you. I hate that. I'm just... Oh, I hate that. It's not going to be something I get used to quickly. Trying to figure out how you change Icarus. That's a great question. When I logged in, it did say you now have 20 Icarus exchange tokens or something like that. So I imagine it's probably in the resource tab, and then you probably select it, and then select the Icarus, and then it will tell you, hey, we're changing to this Icarus, is that okay? Oh, why is this thing drifting? Oh, ew. Fuck that. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the new controls, thanks. Holy shit, where are they? Don't tell me. Great. Bind turning. Yuck. What the fuck? Turning off the function makes it impossible to fix the rotation of the weapon and sharply rotate the question. Oh, right, because you could look behind, right? What is our look behind button? Control inversion. The activation of rear view will completely invert. What is the invert controls, bro? We didn't have look back. Look around. Right shift. What? Okay, what does my right stick do right now? Does the angled 45? No. Yeah, so this is the like really useful for... Oh, I see. So if you do a 180... Is there not a 180 control? There totally was on PC. A look behind or something? No? Maybe not. It seems to imply that the look back button is the right stick, but like oh, it's a toggle, it's not a hold. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I could see why this would be useful for like melee builds. Or even like arguably this kind of build. Where how do I strafe now? Oops, not that button. Oh, you have to hold this stick. I see. I understand now. Yeah, I can kind of see where they're going with this. So now the left stick is just left stick all the way around. So this is me wiggling the left stick in a circle is if I move it to the left, if I move it to the back, if I move it to the right, if I move it forward. And then with the right stick, it's just obviously looking around. But yeah, okay, yeah, so see, this is one of the concerns I did have where with fixed angle forward weapons, if I don't touch the left stick at all, if I don't move, even just rotating and looking around causes it to like readjust. So that'd be super annoying for the sideways builds, obviously. I wasn't sure if it would work like relative to camera controls before, where you'd have to like push forward for it to constantly readjust, but it'll just readjust on its own. So that's kind of annoying, potentially, especially if you're like getting chased by dogs or something, you're trying to turn and spot, you'd have to, I think, be very particular about like how much you turn, because otherwise you could start turning the opposite direction by accident. And then especially, well, what happens if I try and rotate it manually the other way? Yeah, I start circle strafing. Not at resources, eh? Well, I'll take a look after, because it says I have them, so... Yeah, so this is, in a way, I suppose, the controls are a lot more like, I guess we consider like the twin stick shooter, top down, where like forward always moves you forward, left always moves you physically left. It's no longer the turn, because beforehand they swapped it so that if you pressed right, or if you went right, it would start turning to the right. It wouldn't shunt you directionally to the right. This isn't bad. Honestly, the best part of this so far is probably the strafe updates for the Omnis here, because you used to have really big issues with like accelerating at an angle, but I don't know if that's also part of the control scheme, or if like if I change the controls, if that'll stop being a thing. I'm definitely way more used to like turning with the left stick, so I'll probably turn this off after here. But it's funny that it wasn't apparent to me at all on the tank track build, so maybe that's why I was having issues with turning, is because I was actually like doing the directional move, and I thought I was still just turning with the old control scheme because I thought it would be off by default, but... it does explain it a bit more as well. Certainly as far as keeping one part of the build like permanently faced towards what you're shooting, this is convenient though. So melee build, lance build, fire dogs, even theoretically this type of build, or like a hover, probably really prefer this control scheme, because it basically takes out all of the rotation you need to do. It's just done by where the camera's looking. Snap is a cool feature. Long overdue one at that. Where y'all going? Very interesting to see how they iterate on this, if at all, or evolve it. If it ends up being something like the honk and horns being unified because of like future plans they have with stuff, or if like you can just go back to using the old control scheme without issues. Because if they end up having new features or items or perks or controls or whatever, I don't know, then it's possible that you might need to use the newer scheme. And I will say, like, having again not used relative to camera control scheme and not having done it on the test server, this isn't completely awful, but that's also because I'm running very explicitly the type of build which benefits from it the most, which is to say ones that want my enemies always in one direction, which is in front of me where my camera's looking. So Oh, I can bonk them around. Nice. Okay, so maybe Tusk Lance builds aren't completely gimped, unless card destruction, player destruction works differently than the bots. Like, admittedly, since we blow up half their builds, it's just a cabin that I'm shoving around, but hope meat grinders feel better. The Omnis look. Yeah. Oh, that's another one, dude. You're gonna, I think you'd really like the worm with this then. Like, I mean, again, problematic for when you're shooting to the side or whatnot, certainly if it keeps auto-turning. But if you use the Caucasus, could be pretty that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try a Plastic Raid with the Caucasus worm and probably cry a lot. But I think that would be a good test of this. Do love how easy it is to zig and zag with these, but you can't zig and zag with the tank tracks anymore as a result, so not sure if it's worth the trade-off. I do love my beef. But definitely navigationally easier, I think, for somebody who's just picking up these sort of games too. Like, just if you push the left stick in a direction, you move in that direction. So merit there for newer players perhaps, but as somebody who did Battlefield for like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, did Crossout for another 2, some other miscellaneous like driving car games, it feels weird. Feels weird. Might be better for a mecha game, honestly. Really good new music, though. Thank you, devs. Very cool. Let's see, what are these other hovers come from? So not a resource, eh? Well, it does seem to check out. If I check the notifs, doesn't even tell me. Oh, which, to be fair, I went to the store and it reset, I think. So if I were somebody who wanted to do hover exchange, how would I do that? Probably a select and trade, yep. So it's just, I don't know if you're still watching, Thomas, but you just select it. No, wait, sorry, I'm an idiot. Trade is just the trade window. Okay. Exchange, it's that one. Definitely not an idiot. Alright, well, that's really interesting. Probably also means that this build is, where is it? Oh, it's all on one mega page now. I like that. Yes. Don't like the loading time. Do like the... Wait, what? Oh, never mind. They're divided. That's not bad. I'm not wait, what is so popular? Oh, yeah. I'm not opposed. What's the difference between popular and downloaded? Is popular supposed to be likes instead, I guess? Because this one has more likes. But it's third. So likes, okay, so it's based off of likes or downloads, I guess. So it should say most liked rather than most popular, I think, but whatever. Oh, it also does not cache the images, so when you scroll it gets rid of them. That's bad. That's not good. This is a downgrade. Shit. Okay, where's... What is this upload order now? Nope, they still definitely change it. Okay, there we go. So if we try out this bad boy. First off, it doesn't really matter about the whole directional shit, to be fair. But I do like the new effects on those hovers. Those look snazzy. Definitely looks on fire. Like something's burning. And because of the tonnage changes, I actually don't need as many here. for the hovers, so I could drop it to 8 theoretically, assuming they don't change it in the near future. I'd be hesitant to just go and like trade all but 8 of these for the other ones, because I would be worried about them changing the values again, especially because I feel like I said, for the other stats, especially for the power score decrease of like 60% on the Icarus 7s, it's unlikely they're going to keep the fucking 1000 tonnage, because they're less. I think they actually have better stats than the Omnis and everything now, don't they? And like the Omni is the other strafable equivalent, but it doesn't hover, so it's theoretically a straight downgrade. Let's actually double check that. Am I losing my mind up in here? Let's see. Oh, I also, no, not you. I also need to get me one of those bad boys. Fuck, I don't want parameters. I'm assuming, yeah, pretty popular. Oh my god, who sold it for 1,000? You're high off your rocker, dude. It's a new cabin, and it does like the highest damage bonus of anything. This thing's probably gonna be super fucking expensive. Well, let's see. If we were to estimate based off of Bronze's patented... Not you. Yeah, whatever. If we use Bronze's patented 2,000 coins per $10 Canadian, you'd want this pack to have, well, if it were on sale, 20 bucks. So 4,000 coin. Now that'd be way too easy. This thing's gonna be worth way more than it. Yeah, buggy wheels are about 500 a piece. So that's 2,000 there. You probably get the days, I imagine, if it's not grossly overpowered, is probably going to settle at about the 1,000 mark, but I'm sure it's actually there currently. Yeah, Ermac 3,000, dude, it's probably higher than 3,000 on my platform. I don't know if you're on a different one. Yo, Thomas, did you see earlier when I showed you how to do the exchange? Seal's about 1,000, impulses are about 1,000. Looks like they're going to crater with this. So it's what, 1, 2, let's say 3 for the miscellaneous rounding of the small items. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 coins, and then another 1,500 here. So this is like, this is better than the Ermac pack, just off the hop, without any discount. So it's doing some laundry monstrous. Imagine doing chores instead of paying attention to my stream. How could you do this? Yeah, see, yeah, this thing's fucking 5,000 here. Ridiculous. That's more than some of the cheaper legendaries. Anyway, so as far as the exchange, it's just you select the part, and then it's the exchange option at the bottom. No, I was being facetious. You're fine. Definitely prioritize life and living over watching me play games shittily. So it's interesting too, because when I logged in, I don't have it now, obviously, but when I logged in, I'm pretty sure it said I had 20 exchanges, so I'm pretty sure you can't just exchange back and forth infinitely, so I'm not gonna, like, try that, but, do want me the Catalina. So this is, I mean, Bangshield's probably the person who this applies to the most. I'm imagining that the Catalina is going to be absolutely fucking disgusting with the double Varen. Just because I think it'll be fucking disgusting. It's pretty straightforward there. Plus 65% damage for something that already gets plus damage as you hit stuff. Slap on like a trombone even maybe, and you're flying. I don't actually know. Has anybody actually thought of that yet? Immediately makes Lance build. Classic fucking community. Wine mixer? What? I'm guessing wine is in W-H-I-N-E. This is Jimbo, yo. Alright, Jimbo, yo, what do you got for me? That is actually pretty slick. That's snazzy. I like it. Thank you, Jimbo, yo. Good stuff. Okay, so nobody's done it with the Varen yet, but that thing, it's gonna be gross. I'm telling you right now, it might not be the grossest combination, but it's gonna be up there, I think. Because what? Yeah, plus 30% damage, and then plus another potentially 65%, assuming it's not multiplicative. You slap on J, you get another fucking, what is it, 28%? That's gonna be gross. No limit to the exchange? That's a dangerous game to play, because then you go and do it. So it says ability for exchange 20 currently, so if I do say 8, and then I do exchange 12 that way, and exchange, oh yeah, see, I can't exchange it back the other way, so it's only exchange from what you have to the other one, so there is a limit. There isn't a limit to how many exchanges it'll give you if you happen to have the right amount of like items to begin with, I'm assuming, but definitely seems like I can't go back the other way, which is fine, because I mean, why would you go from the 7s to the 4s, really? Really? Okay. Well, what else? What else we got? We got that frontier defense for Bangy Boy. Test out the worm. Which I think is, yeah, over mass. Nice. I mean, I guess I could also try it out in the hard raid instead of waiting for another frontier defense, Rock City. Or for 5. Yeah, it should be fine. Famous last words. Changed my 40. Well, that's what everybody did, right? That's why the prices of the 4s skyrocketed, because they're normally only like 400 each, and they're double that now. Because what people did is, is they traded all they bought as many 4s as they could, right? So this was when they did the announcement, was 500, and then it popped up, and it's obviously popping up again now. So, sell for 800. Yeah, well, exactly, right? Because now the 4 is basically worth as much as the 7, which is almost 1,400 to craft. So, like, it's a straight upgrade if you bought these for less than. And it's interesting too, because the price still spiked up a lot today, but I think that's people not understanding that you'd only be given those coupons, those exchanges, once. So I imagine now people are going to be like, oh shit, these hovers aren't actually worth 1,000 anymore, because if you didn't own them beforehand, you aren't going to get the benefit. Be my guess, at least. So I can probably do, well, never mind. Bought them at 400, yeah. Well, what platform are you on, Thomas? Because this is, like, I am on Xbox here, obviously. I'm assuming PC, since you said her Mac is 3,000, and I don't imagine it'd be, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't imagine it'd be half price on PlayStation there. Economy's pretty similar to ours. It's interesting, though, that the hovers were 400 for you, still, the pack exclusive. What is this popping? You guys seeing this? All these shadows? What the hell is that about? Hello, Pity Ponk. Welcome to the party. This is terrible. What is this? Jeez. I don't even know. I don't even think this would be any of the new settings. I think it would just be like just stuff I don't have any control over. Jeez. Alright, well. Oops, I guess I should go help the tower that doesn't already have 2 people over there. Absolutely. I will sure try. It kind of depends too, because, oh, network quality, of course. Oh, with all the popping. Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say, I didn't even finish my train of thought there. The prices are generally, I think it's about, the difference is about like 1/3 of the price on PC as on console. So it's wild to me that our hovers would have been the same price, yet everything else would have been cheaper. So in relation, for instance, a normal purple item for us is about 1,400, so it's about the price of an Icarus 7. But I believe for you guys, a purple is closer to 300-400, right? So the purple, the Icarus 4s, for you guys, the cheap hovers would have been about the price as a regular purple, right? So did that mean the 7s were like double to triple the price of normal, or were they pretty close in price? Yeah, Excel, yeah, spreadsheeting is, yeah, I picked it up primarily, well, I've done spreadsheeting before for games, like that was a thing that I've done for a while, but actually learning how to do like auto calculations and whatnot was something more so I learned from doing game design, and then I had a brief stint as a event assistant / administrative assistant for a gaming event company, so I learned how to do a bit more there, and that's been really important, not only for potential job stuff in the future, but the ability to do, even just like that, the analysis stuff. Well, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, I do have, my channel's terribly undersorted, but you can still look up, if you just go in the video history, there was ones for the speed change analysis, as well as the structural part. So I do actually have a structural part calculator. That'd probably be the most relevant one. I will need to do an update for it. No, I guess they didn't change any structural parts with this update. So I will update that as like new changes happen, but the ability to see like all the cascading values of like what the power score per durability the durability per power score, durability per mass stuff I found is super useful calculations. So that'd probably be the best one that I have a video on / a Reddit post on that's actually still relevant, whereas the like speed change stuff was obviously sort of a one-time thing. So it might be useful to you for the sake of knowing the history if you didn't already, but the new values are the current values, so not anything exciting there anymore, I don't think. 3600 engines are usually high around 500s. Yeah. Crickets are dirt cheap on ours. It's, I think, 300, which is the price of a special, the one tier underneath, so it's crazy. They're super cheap, which, mind you, too, they had the Torero pack, which was technically the Corda pack, which was super popular because the motherfucking Torero, and then they had the Bravo pack or whatever it is, the one with the tank tracks, and then that had another source, and then they had Corda on sale a couple of times. So yeah, crickets have completely plummeted in price. Plus, mind you, they're powerful, but they haven't been historically very popular items, just because of how difficult they are to do effectively, right? So, why is it forcing backwards now? That's interesting. Probably because I pressed by accident. So I don't think Bangy Boy's still watching, but if he is, then that would be kind of a good and potentially interesting use for the worm, is being able to use the reverse cam now. But I will say I do not like the... Oops. Auto turning overall, but I'll say I do think I toggled the thing where it reverses camera or reverses directions while you're backwards. That I feel like is an important thing, because right now I'm holding left, and if I press reverse, I'm holding right, and then if I reverse cam I still go right. Otherwise it would start going left, I guess, because it'd be, by default it goes off of, well, it's relative to camera, so if I hold left then it would go left like this. But I definitely, as somebody who prefers relative to car, I can remember, oh, I'm still holding right, so I'm still moving to the right. Be a lot more disorienting the other way, I think. Yeah, well, and Pitapunk, it's easy enough, I think, because for the most part, like, while I might include some calculations in streams or something, rarely, the videos that are labeled blank analysis tend to also be the ones where the preview images of a spreadsheet, so I think it's pretty apparent which ones are, like, spreadsheeting focused, generally speaking. Yeah. Nah, I don't think I'm a fan of this, especially on the augers. But just the ability, especially with the Caucasus, to just literally drive in a straight line or hold forward and then just look around as needed to wiggle around people and circle them, probably a really nice quality of life for people who aren't super great at like circle strafing beforehand anyways. But of course, like I said, it's obviously Caucasus dependent since you don't have to actually manually aim them once you've locked on them. So try doing it against the boss. I don't suspect they're going to live too terribly long, but... Oh, heck, there's even a big boy right here. Oh, he doesn't mind. And the big bossy boys up here too. Alright, well. Yeah, so crickets are more on the expensive side for you guys then, whereas I think it's one of the cheapest epics on ours. The cheapest currently is, I think, the Averter, because of the how many people buy the Polar Explorer pack just for the Ermac, because I mean, you know, 5,000 coins just for an epic item, like craziness. You could almost justify just buying the pack just for the Ermac, to be honest. Like the other stuff is at this point more icing than anything else, but for the 5,000 coins for just the cabin, it's like, yeah, I could see people easily dropping 40 bucks just for that. Never mind all the other stuff. So most epic around 500, unstable to the fuse event. Yeah, well that's hardly shocking. For us, I do actually have, funny that you should mention the calculations. I do have it hooked up somewhere in the spreadsheet. Where is it? Yeah, so I used to, all the calcs are broken now, but I used to just go through and like do all the math for stuff, and then I realized I don't really need to go this in depth because the cost of actually crafting the stuff tends to be pretty consistent across levels. So you can see currently, based off of the plastic and scrap price and whatnot, that the where is it? That's the min, but where's the, oh, the build cost is busted. Lamau, of course. Anyway, but I can record based off of the badge exchange. I can, well, not based off the badge exchange, but what I'll do is I'll generally update these values every now and then. So for instance, if I go to the badge exchange, just because it's convenient since I have all of the resources there in the one tab, I can go through and type in the values and say, okay, well, I mean, obviously prices are going to be unstable with the crafting event, like said, but I don't expect these values are going to be too different from what they normally are. Like, they're all going up, but since they're all going up, the difference between them, the relative like effectiveness of buying different ones is effectively the same. Oops, I now have the wrong thing on screen. Ugh, it hates when I click on the other page. There we go. I tell you, the app is set. Whoa, that's not buggy. What? Uh-oh. They fucked up. They're showing us new parts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Reddit needs to know. Okay, hold on. That'll be... You guys need to check if you have these there too, because that's totally not part of the new pack. Wulang Mini of Mars exclusive. Not on PC. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. Well, sorry devs. I'm already streaming, so I'm not going to not make a post about it, because, like, duh. 275, 1.5. Yeah, so I have the calcs for looking at the different things for value efficiency with the largest exchange rate. And then you know, like the cost of making something of a certain tier ends up being the same generally. So like even looking at range items or scrapping decor, it tends to be consistent. So normally I don't bother memorizing individual values of items anymore so much as, or do the calculations for them. It's mostly just being like, okay, a purple is generally around 1400 to craft. So I mean, prices are going to go stronked with the update, but what's a good example? Let's take, what's something that's generally pretty stable? Let's take the equalizers. So those are normally like 1,000 flat to buy, or whoops, to buy or sell, and it's been that way for like a very long time, not even just now, but other than when there's events for fusions, which I know there currently is, but obviously their price hasn't been too terribly affected, or they have a pack sale, like then it'll, you know, fluctuate from maybe like 1,1300 to 800 for respectively, but the like they're very, very consistently 1,000. And as a epic item, they cost 3 specials, and specials are generally around the 300-400 mark. Because, I mean, I talked about this before, because the blues are generally around the 150 mark, because scrap is normally around the 20 mark. So normally it's $20 for 100 times 6.5, which is 130. Another 10-ish for the copper, although again prices are going up. So 130 plus 10, and then between the 2 other white items and the crafting cost, about another 10. So normally a blue is 150. So then when you make a cyan, it's 2 150s plus another 100 of ingredients. So it's potentially around 400. Then purples are 3 400s, although again prices fluctuate based off of what's popular and impacts and whatnot. So 1,200 plus another 200 for crafting, and then it just continues on to the legendaries at about 7,000 and the relics at about 40 to 50,000. These ones fluctuate a lot more just due to the nature of like the price of uranium fluctuating. You can see it's very inconsistent, which shouldn't be a shock based off of, you know, just events having resource containers with them and the clan leagues rotating and resetting. Massive waves of price shifts. Yeah, well, and that's why my advice for doing the like whenever people are like how to make money, my answer is always just do the math, because like anytime I say, oh, I find making something super profitable, then people are going to pile on it, right? So a good example even, which I'm like here's something I can very easily share with you, like ones that have permanent blueprints from prior seasons, those ones tend to be pretty good money just because other people don't have access to them. So for instance, the camber steering, those had a work piece last battle pass as part of the syndicate / Steppenwolf's battle pass, so their price plummeted because it only cost I think $300 to make 2 of them, which mind you is pretty consistent with like just their regular crafting costs. But the other ones are the same way, so it's about 150 times 2, so 300, and then another like 100-ish if that in resources, so it's about 400 to craft, but people are buying them for 400 each, so you can literally double your money on them because other people don't have access to those blueprints, right? Yeah, well, I mean, saying problem is, yeah, I mean, it's just like kind of how if you go on the market and you sort by return on investment, you can see when people have really close offers. So either they potentially fucked up their offer and they meant to be a sell instead of a buy, or vice versa, or it's just like when the profits are, or when the niches are very close. So those ones you can use as tools. But yeah, having all the tools available, like you said, certainly makes the information more accessible, but it also makes it easier for other people to use it. So at the same time, it makes it harder for a certain clan or individual to like abuse prices on things, because everybody has equal access to that information. So there are, you know, like positives to it as well, I suppose. But yeah, definitely also has the negative if you want to. Yeah, see, so I literally sold these for 400 a piece. They cost me 400 to build 2 of them. Definitely the potential for some silliness too, though, as a result of everybody having the information. I'm just going to update my offers. Yeah, well, and certain items tend to be pretty consistently priced too. So like I said, the equalizers are pretty much always like 1,000. So if you find them for 800 or 900, you know that, okay, I can pick these up and then I can just sell them later when the prices change again. Whereas like things like, I mean, the Ermac, for instance, is a complete crapshoot. I mean, people knew the price was going to go up with the Fusion, right? But they didn't necessarily know, oh, it's going to be up to 5,000. So people are just placing at whatever price they saw fit. Likewise with cap cans, like they're up to 3,000 with the event. I bought them at 2,500, and earlier in the past week they were there, but they've been up to like 3,500, 4,000 before as well. So I'm gonna have to get me some of these new cosmetics, because last time they rolled around I was not quote-unquote rich, and I'm not necessarily quote-unquote rich either now, but I am more so rich. Not your wheels, yeah. Well, it's the same with the array ones too, right? Like the big rams, dude, those things are on fucking fire. Cause I mean, big rams are OP, so big shocker, right? But those things were up to 2,000 each yesterday. Yeah. And like crafting them isn't ridiculously expensive. It's just that you don't have the crafting recipe if you weren't here season 1, so you don't have access to crafting the array wheels. And if you can't craft the array wheels, you have to buy them off of other people, and you end up spending, you know, around 300 a wheel. So you're spending 600 just for 2 parts out of the 5 you need for crafting the big ram, right? And it all stacks. Premium on Xbox and do the challenges. I don't know what you mean. To clarify, we have a daily challenge if you're an Xbox Live holder or Xbox Ultimate Game Pass, which is Live plus Game Pass. So that gives you these updates, which is, you can see the 25% discount on workbench costs, which is interesting because right now it says 75, but normally that's crossed out and replaced with a 56. So either they fucked up and the discount no longer applies, or it applies after you build stuff. But we'd have that, and then you get a daily login challenge, which should have been at the very beginning of the stream, which is just log in while having the pass, and that'd be 15 coins. And then if you have premium, you get another 40 for the dailies. We do have premium, yes. So I just don't know what you mean by, do you also get 50 coins from that or more? Like, do we get stacked with the Xbox Live bonus? No. The Live bonus is only 25% discount on crafting and 15 coins for logging in a day. That's it. They don't stack. But all of our other economy stuff is similar to the PC, except with balloon values from all the pack duplication or whatever the thing was a while ago. Well, and even just the cheap pack. I imagine the days is probably, oh yeah, going to pop off as people are like, oh, I can stop people from shooting me, this is super OP, and then it'll probably just crash again after, as everybody keeps buying the light pack for the Catalina, because the Catalina is going to be super hot. Well, it shouldn't be double rewards, it should be the 50% caps, yeah. What do you mean you only get the 40 daily and the 50% rewards and caps? That's the... Yeah, no, it's still the same for us. Premium is quote-unquote only 40 daily and then 50% rewards. But it's just, yeah, I don't have premium currently, but it's still only 40, but we end up getting, I don't know if you're saying 50 because like you got the value from somewhere, or I mentioned it at some other point, but we get about 55 if you have premium, because you get the login, which is 15, and then you get the 2 wins a day, or 2 matches played, which is another 40. So you can't get 55 a day from having premium and Xbox Live, but then otherwise the premium and the live don't stack together, and the only other live benefit I said is for crafting, so that doesn't get you anywhere else as far as the value of it as much as premium. Yeah, you don't get the 15 login because you don't have the benefit, I believe, because I don't know if you guys are aware, because you're obviously not on Xbox, but they actually made it within the last year that party chat is free, and then yeah, there's another Battle Pass Bank Shield, but they said in the dev stream that they're working on it still, so it's being delayed. So I personally had expected it to drop with this update, but they're obviously pushing it back further. So Party chat used to be a paid feature only, and free-to-play games used to be a paid feature only. Otherwise, if you bought a game, you could play it even without paying for live for the subscription service, but you wouldn't be able to use online features. So earlier this year, they made it so that, I don't know if it applies to online features for paid games, that I don't know, but any game that's free-to-play, you don't need premium in order to download or play online, and Party Chat is free to play online. So as a result of that, I believe Microsoft required any games that were free to play to offer a bonus to people who did pay for the subscription, so that there's still value for doing it. Because otherwise, for instance, I basically just play Crossout and Warframe currently, so I don't actually benefit from the subscription, so I could just cancel it. And mine is actually expired. Where do they have it? It's actually because my brother, yeah, see, mine expired months ago. It's because my brother actually has the Game Pass Ultimate, so he can play the different games, that I still have the benefit, so I still get the 15 coins and the 25% crafting discount. Makes premium on PC worth more. Master rank, I'm legendary rank 1 there, almost rank 2, but I'm still missing a bunch of Kuba weapons. But yeah, I mean, it's the same with anything on PC, because everything is cheaper, everything, relatively speaking, goes further. So while premium is theoretically similar for the sake of the 50% rewards, the plus 40 coins a day, 40 coins for you guys is more than 40 coins for us. 40 coins for us is not even a blue item, because like I said, they sit around 150 generally. But anything as far as battle passes will give a fixed amount of coins. It doesn't scale. These buying crowns or buying coins with crowns doesn't scale. Packs don't scale. So like, while I was saying the 2,000 coins per $10 Canadian for us, you guys would probably get less coins per, or sorry, you get, yeah, less coins, but each of the coins would go further. So 1,500 coins for you guys is what, half of a legendary, whereas for us it's half of the absolute cheapest legendary. So we need about 7,000 coins. So if you buy a pack for $40 for us for 7,000 coins, then you get a legendary. For you guys, you'd potentially be able to get multiple. So stuff scales. Yeah. Speaking of, I'm totally going to be that guy and figure out what the fuck this is about. Are these just, hold on, am I tripping? Is this actually not anything new and just actually part of the new engineers revamp? Because that'd be funny if so. Nope, they totally fucked up. Whoa, they give you an entire new co-driver at level 30. Dang. Missing out on starting the game years ago, I guess. Heck. Anyway. I'm gonna spreadsheet this shit. Because I'm gonna figure out what exactly this is. If I know the values, I can figure out what faction it's for. Beautiful. Mars part. This is good. Reddit is really going to enjoy this, I think. Alright. What is it? It's a Mars part. So I'm just gonna throw it in the list after the engineer's van parts, because I don't know where else it would go. So it is a engineers Mars part. It is called the exclusive nose cut. So they don't even have a name for it. So whatever, I'll just put in the entire thing. Wuling Miniev Mars exclusive nose cut. I'm sorry, devs, if you want me not to spreadsheet your shit, you should not release it. I am far too easily convinced to spreadsheet. Let's see, one count. The parts are these the same? No, different stats, okay. So one part, 42 power score, 45 raw durability, no damage pass through, 88 mass, one rear cut for 62 durability, 62 power score, 67 durability, and 132 mass. So if we calculate the volume of them, I wonder if me buying this is going to brick my account. Probably not, right? Because I know the approximate size here, but I want to figure out the actual size. I guess I probably should have grabbed a screenshot of it being in the badge exchange first, but whatever. I have literally the entire stream. So actually I don't even need any of this. So I will scrap blueprint or pack stuff. I'm guessing, or sorry, BP is in Battle Pass. I'm guessing that it's a Battle Pass because pack exclusives in theory, like I've said in the past, should go to the relevant faction. I don't think they did that. Oh, they totally... No, I'm just dumb and forgot that there are other levels. Cool. Yeah, so the parts, for instance, for the Catalina, in my opinion, because it's not from a battle pass, and therefore it's from a faction, which in this case is fire starters, I'm guessing, it should go to a prestige part. But... Oh, see, they have it as engineers. Wild. But what they've done is they've just tossed it on the badge exchange. So what I'm imagining happened is instead of putting the Furia fender and the Furia nose cut in the badge exchange, they accidentally put in those ones. So for instance, you guys don't have these on PC other than the leaked parts, but do you have the Furia parts? Because if so, somebody just checked off the wrong fucking box for which parts to give us in the badge exchange. That'd be my guess. I guess to be fair too, if I want to hop on this, I would have actually just hopped and made the post immediately, because it's quite possible other people will make posts about it before I do, but... Whoa, where are the parts? Oh, they're totally fucked. Yeah, they're not even where they need to be. Okay, cool. So this has a size of... Where are my pipe parts? There we go. So the footprint is... Oh, look at that. That's nice. You have 2 whole bricks underneath there. Cool. So we have... Yeah, it doesn't take anything else up. So this is how I calculate volume 2 for the sake of the Pitaponk and the structural part calculator. So I didn't actually calculate, oh, this is half a pip, so I'm going to count it as half a pip times length. What I did is I literally used the value of if every part, or if every pip that it touched or took part of was considered a full pip, how many pips does it take? So for instance, I can fit multiple full pips underneath, so I would not consider this first level to be a 3x6. I would consider it to be a 2x6 and then with a 1x4 at the bottom. So that's how I'd calculate it. So I'd say, okay, well the first quote-unquote layer of it is a, or sorry, I said 1x4, but it'd be a 1x2. So it would be 14. It is not the same model as the Scorched, but the Scorched is also a bastardized shape, so it's not very easy, it's not very hard to say that. So this one is what, 14 plus, I guess I should put in the equal so it calculates. So for the second layer, it's probably just flat all the way around. Yeah, so there aren't any partial pips here. It doesn't look like that it takes away. So the height of the second layer is just the full height of it, which is 3x6, which is 18. So its total volume is 14 plus 18, which is 32. And then for the other part, oh sorry, for reference, the Scorched is, I mean, it kind of closer to the Corda nose cut than anything, I think. And even then, it's obviously a bit of a stretch because they're not quite the same. But they are a lot more similar. Oh, actually, it might just actually be a reskin of that, to be honest. That's kind of funny. Well, sorry, it's not, like, obviously they made an entire new mesh for it and it has new collision and new pips and whatnot, but it's approximately Corda nose cut sized more than anything. So if I look at the Corda nose cut on my spreadsheet here, you guys can't see it here, but I calculated the nose cut as having a volume of 42 pips. So still different than now, which is 32. because you do have the extra fenders, and then it looks like this has a larger nose portion, which probably makes it a 6x3 on both layers, or maybe even 3 layers because of this little cut on top. But it's not, it's closer to that in any case than the scorched, because the scorched are that. So I suppose you could say that the scorched and the Corda nose cut are closer together, and then the Corda is between the scorched and the new nose cut. I suppose you could make that argument and say they're similar in that vein, but in any case, the scorched is quite obviously bigger because it is a full 3 pips there. Like I said, I think I calculated the nose cut as still having pips here, just because you couldn't build on top of it, but as far as like approximate size and shape, you are right. Yeah, definitely similar. I'd say it's closer to the nose cut being flattened than the scorched, but you could say, but what is the nose cut if not a scorched? But similar. In either case, whichever you compare it to, it is flatter, and it is a bumper, just like the Corda, so it doesn't apply to the cabin health. And for the other part, which is, this is about a van door sized footprint, but it's not 6 tall, it's 5 tall, and then it's obviously deeper. So it looks like, yeah, same thing. We got the 2 pips there at the bottom cut out. And I imagine that's probably it for the first layer. So that is a 6x4. Oh, actually, no, we have the corners here cut out. So it is a 3x6, so 18 plus 4 plus 2 for the first layer. So 20 plus 4, so 24, and then the second layer, which looks like it'll be a bit more particular. Yeah, so I can't even fit any partial ones there. In the corner, so it looks like it might very well just be a 4x6. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. And then I imagine there's no, yeah, top layer. Cool. So 24 plus 24, but a different shape, obviously. Because it's basically like this top row in the first layer goes down to the bottom, and then yeah. So it's roughly a 6x4x2. So 48. Okie dokie, so those parts are tossed there. Pretty large 3 long makes it good for spaced armor, yeah. Yeah, the stats I recorded earlier. So compared to the other parts, like it is labeled as engineers. I don't know if it's actually staying as engineers. It is physically located at the end, but that's probably just because it has the hyphen around the Mars. It's not technically a Mars part, it's a quotation, Mars quotation. So it is located there. But it's very much an engineer part with the 1.0, the 0.51, and the 1.4 stats. So actually, it's interesting. It doesn't actually look like it falls within the category for the engineers. It looks like it falls in with the lunatics. Because 1.08-ish. There they go. Yeah, so 1.08-ish durability per power score, 0.5 durability per mass, 1.4 durability per volume. So despite being a engineer part, the engineer parts tend to have different stat values. So it might actually, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a lunatics. They don't look like lunatics parts. They very much look like engineer parts. So I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Would almost argue that it's like a Docker, but like an actual bumper rather than the, you know, the cabin itself, right? Kind of what it reminds me of anyway. Maybe engineers set as default. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I mean, oh yeah, Thomas, it's probably one of my favorite things about the Halloween is them actually animating your own vehicle. Dawn's Children, you think? I don't know. I think it's just kind of basic bitch. Like, oh, actually, they have syndicate markings on it. Or, well, sorry, me being hyper presumptive, it has Asian characters on it. So, and it has Wu Ling. So, syndicate part, evidently, would be my guess. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be syndicate, but that'd be my guess. I don't actually think, no, I don't, oh, I totally don't even have the syndicates in this chart. That's right, because their parts are all super weird-ass size and shape, so it was hard to actually get a, like, good measurement on any of them. So, let's sort from durability per power score part from high to low without bumpers and see where the syndicate sits. Yeah, see, and they're all meshed within all of the other ones, so they're not terribly straightforward. Well, this is not the right calculation. Oh, per part, whoops. Per power score. And syndicate is about 1.9. So they're sitting above the engineers. Or sorry, below the nomads, I guess, rather. I'm assuming the other calculations follow suit. Durability per mass, I'm assuming would be about 0.42, 0.43-ish. Let's see. Yeah, 0.43-ish. And then durability per volume. So if it's around 3 point, so there's a couple there. Yeah, the volume calculation is super rough just because of how many angled parts there are to it, but it looks like it's anywhere from like 2.5 to 3.3. So yeah, so definitely, okay, so it's definitely a syndicate part. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see if anybody's made posts on it yet. Probably a lot of other stuff buried in here. So much complaining, Jesus Christ, people. Alright, cool. So, Crossout. New syndicate pack. Blueprint parts. Leaked? Is it a leak? Kind of feels like it's a leak. Accidentally revealed. I'll slap on a... I don't really want to say it's news, but it's kind of news. If they had a bug, I would literally label it the bug. Anyway, let's see. Well, I have the video of it. How many screenshots do I actually want to bother getting? Shit. Yeah, no, this has been like the most active the community, and like in the most vocal the community's been in a long time. Oh, you know what? I can totally match up these fucking fender parts. Nice. Oh boy. They see me rolling. They hating. I gotta... Oops. It's actually kind of funny how much the starter cabin dwarfs it. Citing facts in patch notes. Yeah, that'd do it. Now, I mentioned before too, people are like super quick to get super ornery about things and then like just state things that are opinion as fact, which is obviously a big potential for things to go rough. Because then, of course, once somebody says something, other people start quoting it, and then it's very easy to get the rumor mill flying. I guess, is there a better cabin that doesn't have built-in fenders to slap this on? Not really. I mean, pretty much all the other ones already have shapes for the front of them, right? So I'm assuming we'd probably be getting a new cabin too, because I don't know. I don't suppose they slapped a new cabin in the tech tree. They weren't supposed to either, were they? Whoops. Does not look like it. I'll double check the craft notes. Because theoretically, if there's a new cabin, it's possible they selected it for the guaranteed fusion event, but I really doubt it on both counts. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Oh, K cars. A to force people to buy smaller cars. Four-wheeled mopeds. Well, it definitely does have that vibe, doesn't it? I don't know what cabin I'd want to slap it on, though. Sprinter looks like it might kind of work. Problem being that it has the different width. Yeah, I could see that. Like obviously a different cabin, a slightly wider one. But I could see that. So how do I want to make this post? I honestly kind of just want to link this video. I think I want to be lazy and just link this video. But it's kind of hard for people to just go through and see it, right? Well, let's make it easier for people. LB Dove is oblivious. They don't know what they've just stumbled across. How do I want to do this? Oh, I'm probably just going to do this in the worst possible manner and just take snipping tools and eat it on imagery. Alright, so I gotta spin this bad boy. And then snipping tool it. And then get a nice reverse. And then snippy snip it. And then I'll grab the other one. Gotta get that light, whoops, catch that light off of the part, you know. And then maybe, should I do one with the pips, maybe? I suppose. I'm gonna cry because the photos aren't in order, but whatever. People will deal. Alright, so let's slap these in order. Slap you. 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 And then you. You, 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 and then I'm also going to be clever, and I'm going to open up this in the background, this stream, and I'm going to mute it so that you guys don't hear a dummy echo, and so that it doesn't get a loop. And I will find out where in the video I actually checked the badge exchange. Probably pretty soon after I did the spreadsheeting, right? Let's see. Can I reorder these? Oh, beautiful. Beaut. Oh, hot AF. Should I add some alt text? Maybe. Should I show their values in the list? Probably. But of course I gotta first hide every fucking thing else so I can get the header. just gonna say new syndicate parts. Accidentally revealed. On Xbox. There you go, very succinct. Yeet. And then I'll type but type, and I will unashamedly plug myself. Copy video. And 2 people are typing immediately. Okay, don't suppose it's you guys, huh? As part of the stream I'm doing, part of the stream I'm doing today, I found out that the devs user Faily016 seem to have unlocked the wrong parts on the badge exchange. We can't get the Furia parts, but we see new syndicate parts. Instead, so let's see. Downloading though. Pretty sure it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth image shows. Let's see, 5th and 7th images show Asian characters on the back window. The model seems to be after a, said it was what, a K, is it? K car. Yo, how do you want to be credited, Pitapunk? I will credit you as Pitapunk1 on YouTube, if nothing else. Okay. And the structural part values. Pog. Well, I will credit you as user Pitapunk then. Structural part changes. So this is one of, these are the other videos I was talking about, but the structural part calculator is the pertinent one. Yeet. Oh, avoiding drama. Where's the fun in that? Let's see. And before the first comment was Faily saying you're banned. Let's see. No, it is people who are lurking in the video. Shocker. Let's see. What's the second notif? Why accidentally? Why only on Xbox? Great question, Coast Greedy. You were too speedy. My parent comment. Why only on Xbox? It's because we're better. Obviously. Oh, whoops, this isn't markdown mode. heat. Well, that's only the Reddit a little bit more on fire than it was earlier, I'm sure. What a interesting stream that I did not expect. Look at all these neat new things we're all finding out together, hey class. Wild. Well, I can probably... no. Oh, I'm gonna have to re-upload the structural part calculator so people can actually see it. Alright, yeah. This is some Inception shit. Get my... just cross out. Oops, I guess it helps if I actually show the tool and what things I'm updating on it. Crossout, yeet. Okay, what values have changed? That's funny, I don't need that. I need you. I don't think very many values have changed, but I'm just gonna copy paste the entire shebang, cause I'm lazy like that. Because I'll also sometimes, so values I don't actually own are outlined in orange, so as I gain those parts I can actually update the values here, because sometimes I'm just estimating the volume of things without actually having the calculations, just due to the way I calculate them, which of course is with the, oops, I don't need that many rows. Because of course when I do the full block pip calculation-y thing, I actually need to physically have the item rather than just estimating. So I think I'll probably also throw in an approximate like volume as far as like its length by width by what height, like just approximately taken up. But so that's 230 rows, and beforehand we had 230. Uh-oh, that's no good. How do we have less rows now? Oh, whoops, because I didn't actually select the entire page. Teehee. $230, and it was $230, and now $232. Beep. Save. And then forget that I need to get rid of the orange. Or did I have the orange if you look at the page? Tools. Cool, I'm just actually gonna close enough, baby. let's see if I lost my mind. My mind. Dun. Gonna have to edit some of this shit, that's fine. He. Oh, he. And where is the post I made? Right here. And the structural part calculator, and its link is not there. It's in the video description, of course it is. Why else? Workbook link, just gonna check, make sure that that's still up to date. And I will unmute the game audio now. Yep, neat. Hot. Cool F. I should probably get a comment to say the link to the workbook is in the video description. Guess I should specify the new update as well. Supercharged. Now I might already have that open in another window. Yeet. Supercharged update notes and Crossout structural part calculator. And the current version is Supercharged, which is October 25th. And then I suppose I should mention that these ones are nice. Does it remember to do the right calculation? Woolding, yes baby it do. Nice. So that should go up to 230 if we include the other ones. Let's say there we go. There's a interesting calculation to demo 232. Yep. We are good, baby. We are good. Shut that down. That's not relevant. Open the thing while Pitapunk has been screaming into the void for a while. Secret hover levy got leaked to one lucky guy. Legasp. Are you just going to say something like that and then not share the secret hover levy with me? After all I've done for you? Let's see, how many? I'm sure that there's probably like, yeah, there's going to be an influx of Catalina blueprints as people get them. I'm very tempted to straight up just buy the light pack just to try it with the Varen. And then I'd also have the structural parts over there. God damn it, I did all the updates and then I totally forgot to actually do the actual new parts which are supposed to be out here. Whoopsie. Writing a bug report. Oh, gotta protect your trade secrets, huh? Okay. Ah, damn it. Damn it. I'll worry about you later. Cool. Furia parts. I don't know where they're going to be labeled. I'm just gonna guess after the other engineer van parts. But that may not be the case. Where they go. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, so what do we... Yeah, we'll start with the Furia fenders. So engineers type is a Furia fenders. What did I end up doing for left right? Right. There. 2, power score 10, rod durability 16, mass 34, approximate volume. I will paint the cells in orange because I do not own them. The approximate volume, which will have to be confirmed in the future, is about 6 pips. Which is bang dead on for other engineer parts for the durability per volume. So that's not surprising. And then for the bumpers, I believe all of the bumpers are just alphabetical, so it's a little bit easier to find where those go. So I will put the... It's just called the Furia nose cat. Well, that's kind of lame. Could have been a cooler name. But whatever. The engineer's bumper Furia nose cut. I suppose I should probably put in the quotations as they have them in game. 1 count, 22 power score, 90%. No, it's a nose cut. It's not a bumper. Silly me. Foolish was I. Okay, engineers. Furia nose cut. 1 part, 22 power score, 36 durability, no damage reduction, a mass of 79, a approximate volume of 12. I'm assuming that these are going to stick out, but I don't know how many pips they stick out for. Maybe just the 2 on the end. So I'm going to approximate it as... Well, I don't know, those bumps might also be... So I'm going to... Shit. I'm going to approximate it as 14. That is also very close to normal for the calculations for engineer parts, so it might very well be that one. Let's see. Bot 2 diffuse, it has perfect levy fuse. It's a levy with only 2 hovers? Yeah, it's not a bumper, it's just a nose cut part, which is interesting. Sideways hover is still possible after the update. That is a great question, Mr. Arntz, to which I say, I don't know, since I don't use hovers. Well, what do you mean you bought 2 to fuse? You talking about Typhoons you bought to fuse? Okay. Need to rebuild it. Clan War hover builder. Lol. Yeah, no, I'm not pro builder. I just make super decent looking builds. Yeah, no, Ernst, Mr. Ernst, we've been kind of caught up on the new parts for the last significant chunk of time, admittedly. So I don't know yet, but I'm assuming the answer is yes. They're just as viable as before since you can toggle the camera options. Try to make one, you monster. Oh, 2 Catalinas. Yeah. No, those things, I'm pretty sure that those plus the Varn are going to be significantly problematic. And like, I'm not saying that like it's kind of a bad thing, but it's probably not going to be a great feeling thing. Okay, let's see. Paste 234 rows instead of 232. Boom, bam, Furia parts. Tool page has 234. We are good. So hide that. Welcome, save, workbook link, video link, Reddit link. Yes. Cool, close that. That. Furia. Yeah, no, I'm really tempted to buy this just because the Varn might be super hot with them, especially in raids, because that's pretty much what I do and where it's relevant. But oh, look at that in our Frontier Defenses electronics. Nope. It's fine. I'll try again in 20 minutes. Okay, sorry, I got super sidetracked. You guys had some earlier questions that I was trying to actually answer, but got a little distracted, as it were. Let's see, is it Faily telling me? Nope. Oops, that's not the reply button. All right. Hot. Let's see. Varen sad face? No, Varen happy face. Various levies, max stack, single retro burst, one shots the garage yellow. Nice. I mean, to be fair, the yellow school buses are pretty easy to kill, especially considering they're half explosive, but raid build using them yesterday. Yeah, Varen, I am pretty interested in trying out. Like I said, actually, here's some proof for y'all. I'm not crazy. I'm the OG. I'm the first person to come up with this. Look at this. All right, you ready? Whoops. No, fuck. Where's the J co-driver? The one build I have list. I haven't even finished the co-driver spreadsheeting stuff because I still have the old ones and I haven't brought them over, and some of them weren't even finished to begin with. And like what is it? This one? No, not this one. Where is it? Where are they? Show me Spider-Man. I'm just clicking through all of them. Whatever, wherever it was. I also had the breaker one spreadsheet at one point, and it was like, oh, but that's not relevant with the new perk anymore. But anyway, yeah, no, I heard of the Catalina, and I heard the perk, and I'm like, yes, I'm going to be making a monster of it with 2 Varen and then a flywheel and an oppressor. But theoretically, you could throw in a trombone instead and just chef's kiss. Wow, big bucks pitaponk over here. I see why you don't tell people you're IGN, run the risk of people begging you for stuff, which is fair. Let's see, Catalina. Why are you not on the list then? The Catalina's labeled there, you goofy goober. What are you doing? B12, Catalina, Parts Master D, and return E through M. Oh, because Parts Master's fucked up. Yeah, that's right. I still need to update it. Lol. And then I add the days in for hardware. And then I have to adjust the rest of the values I forgot to do. Okay, days is a special module of the purple variety before the inverter. Oh, special module. They need to get better labeling, I'm telling you. Special module is an epic. Named days. It is 825 power score. Dang. None of those stats are relevant. -3 energy, 174 durability, and 184 mass. The perk is 2-second weapon disable within 35 meters once every 3 seconds twice. Such a terrible limit of 1 does not affect non-autonomous drones. Getting really complex parts here, I'm telling y'all. Part descriptions. Uh-oh, what do you mean you don't like that number? What the fuck? Data validation list. No, you're the wrong, you're supposed to be this. Why is this data, the fuck? Data validation decimal. Stop you. Obviously I fucked up copying one of the columns over. That's fine. Okay, minimum will be 0, I guess. Matt, why do you even need a... Just allow decimals, bro. Oh my god. Okay. 0 to 10, I guess. And then the days has a value of 5.0 specifically. Okay, whatever. Let's see, joking. Oops, 30,000 scrap of joking. You think they're joking about crashing the scrap? Wait, weren't they? Wasn't it like 11,000 plastic and 100,000 scrap? You could definitely scrap. Let's trash the market with it, at least on Xbox, but we don't have price corridors. So we do have Arbiter, so like, it'd be easier, but... yeah, I don't think they were joking. They could. Thomas Arntz, why do you have 2 different accounts? Why are there 2 different Thomas Arntz? I'm concerned. That or you'd like literally just changed your name partway through, or you're signed in on. You might not realize you might actually have 2 different accounts for like one for your phone and one for your PC, and they're actually different because your name is no longer capitalized, but it was before. Yeah. Okay. Why would you not run the same account though? Wild. Are they the same account? I'm confused. I'm scared. I'm not so sure I want to know the answer. Oh, look at all of this great... Yeah, so this spreadsheet isn't done yet, obviously. This could probably be showcased by me shuffling all this shit down. But whatever. The important part is that it should now have the stats. Nice, look at that. Automation, baby! Spreadsheet! I feel like that's something you should probably fix, but you know what? Do what sparks joy. Don't let me doubt how you live your life. Yeah, this is all of these are other calculation stuff I haven't finished. There's like, it's nested issues I have to deal with. So the important part isn't me showing you this. The important part is me showing you that Catalina Varen, bronze idea, hashtag, trademarked. But yes, Varens and Catalina should hurt a lot. So I actually picked up 4 Astreus and 4 Varen, just in case we had a guaranteed fusion event, which we do, and then it's the question of if I want to actually use them, fuck, or if I want to sell them for stonks. But I think the Varen specifically, I want to try with the Catalina and just watch the whole world burn. But that also requires me to get the Catalina, and like, do I want to do that by dropping 20 bucks on a pack? Not really. Do I want to spend $2,000 on a pack on a car instead? Also not really. Yeah, okay, y'all are being a little silly right now, I think. I will pay no more than 2,000 for you. Because if we're gonna go the way of the Ermac, I'm just gonna buy the motherfucking light pack. I'm not too proud for that. Or I just won't get the Catalina, which isn't the route I want to go. I want to test out that new shit. But, oh, the seal being in there, that totally went over my head. Well, this pack is kind of stacked, to be honest. It's not a very good, like, newbie pack as far as, like, here's a half-decent build. But as far as, like, hey, here's a shit ton of really, really good stuff to go and, like, do hard raids immediately. Like, if you already have all of the engineer parts, you could build something pretty spicy out of this. Very good. Mostly the same role, I suppose. I didn't really like running tsunamis, but oh my god, there's a new hologram. Why didn't nobody tell me? What? Also, these being decors kind of hurts my feelings, I'm not gonna lie. But whatever. Let's see, what else do we got here? That I have, right? They're not new ones, surely. Yeah. That's new, I'm sure. 1,000. Y'all are high. Why are you guys buying stuff for so much? My god. Crazy. Ouch. Let's try out that new hologram, baby. What is it? Is it on kill? It's gotta be on kill. It just took control of my fucking sprinter cap on a frame. Nice. Well, this will be easy to get kill at least. Wow. Wow. Oh, I'm gonna need that hologram for fucking sure. Oh, Memoria Tsunami Cat Hover. It's like God intended. Yeah. Yeah, right. Packs, not really a whole lot, I feel. There's a lot on this list, but that's because most of them are free. So, oh, look at that. It's called the Beauty Pack. That's nice. It's cute. MBT Bravo 6. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about where they had the crickets, obviously. So Snappy was free. Money Collector was free. Valiant I bought because I thought it was going to get rid of the annoying, hey, there's a new sale going on thing, and also because it was a month of premium last year around this time, and I'm like, I can use this during Christmas. So then I just happened to have a pack with it. Storyteller was free from a event. This was free from a anniversary event, and that is, yeah, the crosshairs, so those no longer take up space. Cool. So that's the other one. There's Beetle, which was the other anniversary event, so that's where the other hologram comes from. And then I bought Corda. Offspring was a pack reward. I bought Beater. I bought Shifu, but I have no regrets about that one because the pack was worth it just without the battle pass. And I also got the battle pass rewards. So then I bought Polymorph because Inner Demon CK is super fucking hot. Definitely worth $25. And then the Mark X was the first pack I bought. So it was actually, this was literally the only pack I bought between technically when I started, which is theoretically in 2018, but realistically I only got a few levels in and then I stopped playing for a couple years. So, sorry, yeah, 2017 I started technically, but I didn't really actually play until June of 2020. So between June of 2020 and December of 2021, I only bought the Mark X pack and then battle passes. And then last Christmas, I bought these two because they were on sale and the packs are hot and I wanted the items in them. And then Shifu I bought obviously at the last update. I bought Ravager, this one earlier in the year for the CK, and I bought this at the same time as the other Christmas pack. So I blew about like $100 between the 3 different packs last Christmas, to answer your question. Had more money than since. Lol. Why did you buy so many of the Bravo packs? They good money, I guess. Adapters on the new cabin. That's kind. If the adapters still ran their different fucking perk, I would love it, but they don't, so I don't. So yeah, I'm kind of boring like that, I suppose. But yes, theoretically, I mean, adapters are pretty spicy for being a reload, but infinite without ammo. So. Oh, that's right. What the fuck is up with this? 35 ammo upgrade. 10 ammo, 1 more energy, almost double the mass. Dude, devs are fucking crazy. Crazy. What are the, I was gonna spreadsheet these values, I was gonna double check them, wasn't I? What was it? Cabin, what was I gonna double check? Let's see, Gorilla is a gorilla. That's the sprinter. That's the huntsman. The gorilla is the base cabin. The base cabin is... Oh, right, because I haven't spreadsheet the gorilla before because I never felt it was needed. It has 3.5 power, speed of 65, a tonnage of 3,000, a mass limit of 6,000, 8 energy, 260 durability, 360 mass. Neat. Okay, what else? Hornet, power score change, yeah, whatever. Common parts. Cabin, yeah. So they're all 100 higher, so the Docker is 350 for 8. The WWT one is 9 for 350, 9 for 350, 9 for 350. And then the Duster is, we're gonna just see so much seal clubbing, bro. Between Growl with 11 and Duster with 10, why? Just make the Duster 9 and make the Growl 10, and you kill half of the fucking seal clubbers in this game, I swear to God. Whatever. 350 and 10. Cool, so all of those update note things are good. Y'all barking at me. Let's see. Thought you could only buy a pack once. Not great for lenses and shotguns. Well, that's true. Yeah. You can buy a pack once, but the newest packs have been released in their 3 different versions. So Catalina, Light Edition, Regular Edition, and Deluxe Edition. And then you can also buy them on the Steam store for PC, apparently. I wouldn't know because I don't play on there. Likewise, anytime they've had a pack sale recently, they've done it with Cross Crowns, because every time that comes out, you can buy it. So, Pitapunk saying they bought it 6 times total. It was probably the 3 different versions, along with 2 different stores, would be my guess. Eventually that's going to be cracked. Cool relic. Let's see. Also, if we're talking about things that annoy me, another thing that annoys me is... Oh, here's a little fun tidbit for y'all. Not that you asked or anybody cares, but they increased the power score of some parts. So the hot red used to be 216 power score, which was the average, or sorry, the regular cost of a non-energy taking hardware of the purple epic tier. So they made that in line with the other ones that do cost energy at 275 because they hate you. They also bumped up the RN Seal and the Shiver from 275 to 400. Interestingly, 400 is the amount of energy you spend on a single point of energy for a legendary. So what they effectively did is they took the RN Seal and the Shiver and they made them legendary items, but they still have the crafting cost of just 3, specials instead of being an actual legendary. The annoying thing here for me, the most annoying thing, is the 4 shotguns, the bonus is 38%, to which I say, why not just have the bonus be the same and reduce the overheating of shotguns by the 50 or 45 or whatever the math is %, so that it has a flat benefit across everything instead of having this little asterisk of, oh, the effect is reduced. That's what annoys me. That seems completely unnecessary. Not like I know anything about system design, doing all of these fucking calculations and spreadsheeting in reverse or anything, but anyway, Breaker perk, where are you? Breaker, new perk is combat I don't mind it being combat focused. It's unfortunate we don't have one that has the invincibility perk anymore for the sake of it stacking with the other stuff, for master and whatnot. Looks like the price is going to crash, which is interesting. Guess I should have sold it for 50. But at the same time, apparently it was really problematic in PvP. Oh, look, they literally just don't tell us what the stats are. Coolio. Alright, 0.8 seconds of non-firing / overheating gives range, spread, and damage improvements scaling off of radiators for whatever the hell that means. Who knows? Not I. So That's a thing. And it also means that it's a thing where I can yeet the Unbreakable build because a perk doesn't work that way anymore. It doesn't stack with the Master, the Memoria, whatnot. Look at that. Don't even have to finish the half-finished build. Nice. Updates. Upgrades, people. Cool. Let's try out the new breaker, shall we? It just straight up doesn't tell me how. It's kind of hard to tell, especially when I'm using the fucking laser gun. Wait a minute, didn't somebody say that you couldn't see the lasers with the Gravistar anymore? I'm seeing lasers with the Gravistar. Y'all are seeing the lasers with the Gravistar, right? Is this... Did PC get a unique bug and console get a unique... accidental release? Bro, what a world. Why is this an overlay? I don't want it to be an overlay. I want it to be its own thing, so it has the crossbar at the top so I can click it. Oh, searching my new is going to be such a... There's so many fucking posts. Oh, that was a mistake. Where's the picture, Gravistar? Only when you shoot at enemies. Well... No, I'm not having that issue. Okay. Oh, Lamau. Wild. Don't care about power score. Well, it's for the seal clubbing's sake. If you're doing clan wars or high tier PvP, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Love the new hovers. Do you? Oh, that reminds me. I didn't even finish the third raid or checking out the controls. Well, the raids suck. So, whatever. What else for new changes? Didn't even finish the patch new update, did I? Let's see, generally, yeah, whatever. Okay, so I know what those are. No idea what that is still, whatever. Okay, what else we got? Bridge, obviously. Catalina. Correct. I don't suspect they're telling us that the parts are going to be from the badge exchange, but I'm pretty sure that's what was supposed to happen. Blah. Blah. Right, all the changes for stuff. Let's see. Contact shadow. I'm assuming that's what the problem was, is contact shadows with on the Rocky map. The Rock City was having issues. Let's see, I don't think I have any of the options here to actually control this in Xbox. No, not you. Not you at all. Fuck you. There we go. Normally when that opens of its own volition, it crashes the stream, so I'm glad that me manually opening it didn't seem to have that problem. Let's see, options, settings. Let's see, any new controller ones? No. Controller layout? No, because I checked they didn't have the new buttons. But I can go back to relative to car. Oh, I'm gonna have to reset up all the fucking controls. Sorry, relative to cameras, what I normally use. Whatever, I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Let's see, audio. Nah, nothing new there. Interface. See, I have this turned off and I'm still getting them, but so whatever. Show center, vehicle copy, yes. No. Ah, whatever, I'll leave it in scope. Combo counter. That's probably the point counter. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. Let's look at the other options. Minimap, opacity, display, enemy out. Did they change the colors for teammates? Am I losing my mind? I could have sworn that the raid I did earlier still had the... Hold up. Am I I was in a raid. I'm pretty sure the teammates still had blue names, didn't they? Yeah, they were blue on the map at least. Yeah, let me just subscribe to myself, lol. Yeah, they're blue. What the fuck? What is the option to show it as white here? I'm going to assume that that's a UI error, but I'm also going to change it back just on the off chance it's not, and it is actually taking effect. That's weird. Anyway, Raider is also red. Is it red? Was it red before? I think so. Show names. Oh, wild. Nearby ally pings, marker, apply. Cool, okay, so bind turning to the camera. Strafing always turn in the direction of the camera. Turning off the function makes it impossible to fix the rotation of the weapon and sharply rotate the How do you fix the weapon? Fix the rotation of the weapon. I'm assuming it just means it always turns. Let's see. Control inversion. No, so that's by default. The camera player works in the standard mode with the orientation to the front part of the car. To change the mode to rear mode, you can use the rotate the camera rear view button. When this function is enabled, the camera orientation also occurs automatically when the player sharply turns it. Okay, so let's see. Let's make sure I actually know what I'm talking about. So I'm pretty sure this is the fucky one that I wouldn't want to have. Where's the... So I'm driving, and I'm pretty sure this means if I turn around and I'm, for instance, moving to the right currently, if I turn around, I think it means I would still move to the right in relation to the screen. In rear mode, whoops. In rear mode. Yeah, so it halts my direction, so this is me just holding the stick in one direction. Well, you have fun with Clan Wars. I sure don't know. But yeah, okay, so that being off is definitely preferable, at least personally. Oh, they also changed my scent color. Where's my purple? So that's bad. Cool. Fix. What is this? The movement with the shift when driving and reverse when turning on allows the car to rotate in the same direction when driving both forward. This is just reverse mode, isn't it? I think it is. I think they changed reverse. Hold on. Let's just save it to begin with. It's reverse mode. Yeah, it's not in the other sections anymore, so I guess that's the new reverse mode. Okay, good to know. What is this? Any changes? Great. Cool. Okay, so this is new reverse mode, I'm assuming. So if I'm driving forward, and then I reverse, and then I start driving back. What? No, I'm still moving the right way. If I hold left, or sorry, if I hold back and right, I'm still moving back right. Is it reverse mode related? No. Is it wheel related? Maybe tracks and whatnot? Okay, so forward right moves to the right. Back right moves to the right. Am I just... That seems correct. Am I tripping myself out and normally it's the other way? Oops. Okay, forward right, move to the right. Forward, back right, still move to the right. So... What am I missing here? Or I guess it noses to left. And with it on... It still noses to left. Okay, what? What? Does this want to relate to the other options? Direction of the rotation of the movement parts with a shift when driving in reverse. Shift when driving in reverse. Allows the car to rotate in the same direction when driving both. Does that have to do with this one, maybe? Let's see. So if I make a sharp turn, that's not sharp enough, maybe. The player sharply turns it forwards or backwards. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with the move stick, I guess. You can obviously drive around. I can do reverse mode. I have no idea what this is talking about. Do I need to be faster, maybe? Do I maybe not have my turn sensitivity up high enough for this to apply? Because it's not going into reverse mode. Driving forward. Wait a minute, am I on relative to car controls now, even though I didn't save it? Oh, it totally is. Well, that explains why none of the fucking stuff was wild. Okay. I don't know why they let you have these options on then while you're literally not using the control scheme it's relevant for. Okay, so let's reverse, rotation, reversion. Let's see if that's... So I nose... Yeah, okay, so that does... Oh, dude, driving cars like this fucking sucks. Oh my god. Because it just keeps nosing towards the camera. Rough. Okay, what's this inversion stuff? So I drive to the right, I'm driving to the right. I go into reverse mode, I'm now driving to the left, so that's not good. So is that this, or was that the other one? I thought that was control inversion in rear view. Drive to the right, and then if I inverse, it still halts me. The shit? I don't know, I guess it's because in reverse mode, with vehicles, it always wants me to go towards, so forward, and then if I do this, it also whips around, because it wants, no, it's driving backwards now. Okay. So that makes sense. No, but then it's driving forwards. I didn't even change anything. What makes it decide whether to back up or whether to turn around? I don't get it. Is that what this is? The snapping? I'm not even snapping. Oh my god. I don't get it. Blind turning to the camera, turning. Cars with movement and strafing always turn in the direction of the camera, implying cars won't have movement parts, I guess. So I'm driving, I'm holding forward, and then right, and then if I go reverse, I move forward and to the right still. So that kind of makes sense. If I do the invert, then I move forward, and I move to the right, and then I inverse, and it still moves to the right? The shit? What is this doing differently? All these new options are confusing. Also, I just don't like them, but we'll completely inverse forward, backwards, and left, right. But it's not, because I'm moving to the right, and now I'm still going to the... It's still the same as before. Like with strafing, it was different. But like it turns to the right of the screen here every time I snap. And it's definitely not reversing forward, backwards, because it keeps going into the screen. So what does that accomplish? And if I turn it off, I move forward and to the right. And then if I use rear look, it still moves forward and to the right. So I don't know if that thing actually affects anything other than maybe the strafing parts at most. So let's try this. So I move forward, right, and I snap, and I'm still moving forward and right. But like actually vehicle-centric forward and to the right. Is this changing my camera layout again? No? Okay. So what happens if I turn that on? Why is the behavior different between strafing parts and regular movement parts? That doesn't make any sense to me. So either way, for the car, it looks like it always goes forward and to the right if I'm holding forward and to the right. Whereas with this, if I turn it on, that's problematic for strafing parts. So it seems to be implying that this is bugged, and it's actually supposed to go like relative forward and to the right. Like this should be doing the opposite, and it should be driving into the like left, but I can't even force it to drive to the left because I can't even go more than 45 degrees. Oh, this is so bad. Like this is me just holding forward. It's decide, okay, now you're backing up. But if I try and do that by like doing the snap controls, it's fine until it turns, and then it turns straight. But you'd think that would have to do with the reverse rotation inversion instead. So what does this do? This and then that. So that's just doing the same thing as before. It's turning to the right. Does it change the backwards at all? No, it still goes back. Well, at least this way you can hold down and you can go away from the screen. But I think that's just more to do with the car controls, right? And what does this do? But this is still, my left stick is still directional, so you can't swap steering and strafing at all on the fucking controller. So these settings are just straight up busted for gamepad, is what it is. Is they just straight up, yeah. Shit's fucked. Cool, let's just make our controls nice again relative to car. No, because it swapped back to relative to camera. Because I need to be on relative to car to test it, don't I? Oh my god, this is so confusing. Okay, relative to car. No, it was relative to camera. Because relative to car is what I normally run. Yeah. So relative to car. Oh, I think it saved my custom controls for this. That's very kind of them, at least. Okay. Car jack, handbrake. Yeah, these are all where I had them before. Cool, so run those controls. And then let's test them with the new control parts. So that drives as I expect, and I back up, and it drives as I expect. And I can't go into reverse mode anymore because it's a strafe, which sucks, because I like for pressing the right stick to still do reverse mode on cars, you know, vehicles that don't have a strafe. But whatever. So what happens if I swap steering and strafing? Yeah, I'm pressing the right stick, it's still not letting me do reverse. Okay. So this setting doesn't seem to change anything for the actual cars. I guess it says it's specific for with strafing, okay. But if I don't have it set with relative to car, then they aren't performing consistently, because then I get different backing up and moving forward stuff. Wild. No, not you. Move forward, move backwards. Yeah, that strafe, okay. So then what would I be doing with these? So blind turning to the camera. I wonder if maybe this is just saying like, so it's not supposed to apply to wheels maybe, I don't know. For the directional rotation of the movement parts when a shift and driving in reverse went on. So this is reverse mode, isn't it? So I go front right, I go back right, and then yes, okay. So that's the new reverse mode. Gaudy. Cool. Keep that shit off. Unless you're using a sideways hover, I guess. Swap steering and strafing. What does that do? Okay, so that's the new one, but unless you're using it with, I see, okay, this makes a lot more sense. So the first one automatically has it turn to look into forward, and this one has it so that you turn by the strafe keys and strafe by the turn key. So if I just push forward, I move forward. If I move forward right, I strafe forward right. So you have to use the right stick and the left stick to strafe turn. but because I don't have reverse mode on, if I move forward and left, then it goes forward and left. If I move back and left, then it does straight. No, that makes sense, right? Forward left, I turn left, back left, I turn right, but I want it to be back turning. Yeah, so if you have this on, then you need to have that on, because otherwise it'll behave inconsistently. Cool, so I'm just going to keep using old controls because it's way easier for me. So then what happens if you have this on but not the strafe? I guess it's constantly strafing? Yeah, see, I can't even strafe with this. I'm pressing the strafe button, it doesn't do anything because it's reverse mode again. And then this way I can't strafe at all. Yeah, okay, so all these things are like interdependent. So use none of them or use all of them, I guess. Huh. Wild control thing. Yeah, so those are all, yeah. So I can see why people would be having problems with them, because it's the sort of thing where if you only use some of them, they suck. They suck a lot. And then you have inconsistent controls between your driving and your strafing parts. My god, it's just not a good time, is it? Okay, well, I'm glad they give us the option to not do that, because that's definitely the route I'm going instead. Great. Okay, cool. So that's that. What else do we got for new stuff? Don't really need you open right now, but whatever. Contact shadow space. Yeah, I can't do that. I don't know about this. I'll have to check and see. Bloom. I don't know. Whatever. Updates. Updated. Slip skipping. Blah 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 blah. So let's see if this is actually any better to accelerate with my big chonky build if I don't have the new stuff equipped. Yeah, so it's still slower turning, but it's not terrible. Yeah, so this is, okay, so the turning thing was just because of how it interpreted it with the new controls. Cool, that makes sense. So that stuff didn't really feel like it got worse. Let's see, cameras closer, whatever. Convergence, yes. Camera position, relative. Impulse. Dynamic FOV, sound, whatever. Exhibition, which is busted. Interface, whatever. Controls. Physics, change the controls. Yeah, holy shit, fuck all of these. Alright. Okay, so hovers, legs, augers, omnis. Those are the still things I still need to test after a mere, what, 3 hours? Okay. So, well, I guess I tested the omnis already. So, the omnis now have their new perk, which I will spreadsheet. Which is... what is it anyway? Guess I could add the omnidirectional thing to any of the other ones too, but maybe just to check micro or something. I don't really need to have it in the... yeah, whatever. Okay, so Omni is... reduces the rate of spread increase by 33% when firing or turning. Okay, so minus 33% spread increase, basically. Proportionally proportionate to percent of movement parts being omnis. Great, cool. straightforward. The augers is damage is increased when the armored vehicle's mass exceeds 5,000. So 50% melee resistance, so 100 to 200% increased continuous damage for, what's the, it's almost 100 to 300% for 5,000 to 15,000 kilogram builds. Continuous damage. Oops. Melee damage dealt on touch for 5,000. But it's also less than 5,000, isn't it? Thus why they distinguished when it's increased above 5,000. So I guess it's more so 100 to 200% continuous melee damage increase for oh, I know. 0 to 200% continuous melee damage increase for builds from 5,000 to 15,000 kilos. There we go. That makes sense, at least in my head. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's test out how the damage actually works. Not that it's a new thing, so much as I'm not, like I haven't tested it before. Okay, so if I were a build that had, what would be the best way of doing this? Let's see, I will make a build that's pretty flat. Now, how would this work? I need inverse augers. So I will do this. And then this. So now the augers are turned inside. Alright, and then they get angry, don't they? Because they take... How much space do I need? 2 more. So whatever, just make this 12 wide. Okay, I got some mass, nice, and then what I can do is make a ramp, maybe, hopefully. That'd be the best way of doing this, probably. Like that. And then have the cabin and then have some structural parts. And then have a ramp to climb. so now I should, in theory, be able to drive up the clone of me, assuming it doesn't get angry, and then test the damage. And because there's multiple parts there, it should be more than 20 damage per tick. Oh, boo. Oh, no. Too good at not getting wedged. Oh, the struggle. Okay, what if I put a... I can't even put a ramp there. What about reversing up the ramp? Imagine being too good at wedging yourself, or not too good at not wedging yourself. What am I missing here? I feel like this should let me climb up. I'm just gonna make this way easier. Do it this way. You are probably at that mass threshold, yes. So if I grind against the other parts, it should be a little more damage. So 90 for one. And if I have two parts, then it's 60. What? How is it less? So 30 if I'm touching the auger with one part. If I'm touching the auger with two parts. Oh, so it's probably, I'm probably touching the back auger with two, so that's 60, and then touching the back one with one, so that's another 30. That's probably what's happening. So if I touch it with just one, then it should just be 30. Yeah. And then when I break one off, then it's just 60 on the one part. So it is on a per auger touching part basis for the damage. Nice. Well, and these have damage resistance too, I believe, so it should theoretically, yeah, be double that. So it'd be what, 30, so 60 damage for one. And then it's 20 per tick by base because I'm at the 15,000 threshold. Yeah, so that makes sense. So it's still 20 base damage continuous. Yeah. So 20 to 60 damage. I guess technically 0 to 40. I'm just gonna say, okay, 0 to 200% continuous melee damage increase. 0 to, sorry, 20 to 60 total. 4 builds, 5,000 to 15,000 kilograms. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Why am I making that? Well, Thomas odds. It's because I am Italiano. What do you mean making that? The spreadsheet? I was just updating the value for it. Just trying to make sure I understood how it works, which I feel pretty confident on now. Because I was interested in how those perks work. So yeah, so I mean I have the answer now, which is what I just tested, which is that an auger will deal 20 damage per tick. If you have 15,000 kilos, it will deal 60 per tick. And if you have multiple augers, each of those will deal the corresponding damage. So if you have 2 augers on one side, you deal 120 damage per tick per part that both of them are touching. Right, 60 times 2, yeah. So if you touch 4 parts with 2 of them, you should be able to absolutely shred armor. So for instance, I'm a big hefty boy, and I'm going to slap some armor. Now let's take some small parts. So these are 32 durability each. Oops. And when I grind into him, if I line it up properly, one auger will touch both of these and one auger will touch both of these. And so it'll grind after 60 damage, so it should be 1 tick, well sorry, 64 damage, so it should be 2 ticks. But I mean, there's also the whole, you know, actually hitting them at speed factor as well. So theoretically you could just bonk it to begin with, but I'm going to try and do it very slow and not bonking both of them. So it should be, yeah, see, so 1 tick and then the contact damage. So for instance, if they had a wall apart, because theoretically you could argue, oh, you got rid of those 2 parts and the others fell off, which isn't what happened, but you could argue that. But if I do something like this, if you did the absolute worst armoring job of your life, and you did all of these bad boys, so I did something like that. So that's a pretty significant amount of health. It's 32 times 8 plus 64 times 2. So it's about 1,000 health, I think. No, stop that. I don't want to fight you. So 32 times about basically 12. So that's, sorry, not even close. It's like half of what I said. Stop it. So it's 320 plus 64. So about 400. So 400 health points worth there, right? But if I grind it, it should get rid of pretty much all of it at once, just because the auger should be dealing the damage to each part it touches, and right now, because there's a vertical row of them, all of them should be touching. So these might last an extra tick, but it should basically all get ground off. So, or not, wait, what? It's not dealing any damage. What the hell? It's literally... Oh, there we go. It must have been the angle. I must have had these too high, or too low to the ground. Oh, whoopsie. So it turns out that wasn't actually the worst armoring strategy in the game. This is the worst armoring strategy in the game. I mean, I'm fine with it normally, and normally I'm not testing this stuff exhaustively. But for this specific instance, I kind of need my thing not to be alive and trying to kill me, which, to be fair, is easier now that I took the guns off. So now, my hypothesis is the augers deal 20 damage to each of these parts that it touches, and therefore 60 damage to each of the parts it touches, because I'm 15,000 kilos. So it should instantly destroy all those parts on contact, even if I don't deal a shit ton of damage on contact from, like, ramming into them. And again, it's still straight up not... It doesn't think they're touching, which is wild, and I don't know why. It's simplified collision in, like, the worst way. Okay, well, whatever. That's unfortunate. Yeah, see, so I went through... Once it actually realized that they were touching, it chewed through all of the health, like, immediately. So, yeah, the augers can actually... If you find somebody who has a bunch of parts flush with each other and you manage to get your augers on them, you can absolutely destroy parts with it. Otherwise, you're only dealing the 60 damage per auger per tick, so not very much. Yeah, there we go. There was a better example. So likewise, I was grinding against their augers for 90 damage each time. Anyway, as far as your question, is it worth buying? My answer is going to be not for 15 grand. It's not. Because it's like double the cost of the other ones right now. Like, you'd go further with a cohort or two, like fusing the cohort. You get 3 Yokozunas. Heck, you could even get an Ermac in a cohort with the fucking price they're at currently. So, I would probably recommend doing that only for what, 4,000 coins? Again, it depends on how it relates to the other ones, but because the Machinist, the Vindicator, and the Stillwind are only craftable during the one season, their prices tend to go stonks because you literally can't craft them. The amount that are on the market are the only ones available currently, so you can... Cohort is about the same price as Cohort on PC. Interesting. So you're saying the Cohort is 8K on PC and the Machinist is 4K on PC? Because by that logic, then yeah, if the Machinist is significantly cheaper, you can. The big thing, people are really quick to hate on it, which is somewhat fair, because its connection points suck. Namely, it doesn't have any front ones. But you can still wrap it around frames, which I think is pretty cool. And you can actually, I've talked about this before, but you can actually nest stuff in the nook on the back. That part's not surprising. But, oh, that's right, I don't have one anymore. I love fucking Mao. Because I sold it because it was selling for 15,000. But, so the cabin is technically 6 wide by pips, but it's actually 8 wide due to the flaring out. So what you can do is you can set the Apollo here, and this nook is 5 tall, so it would actually extend at frame level 1. And then you can put something here if you want, like a expanded ammo pack, so they're both sticking out by 1. And then you can still wrap around by putting 1x6 frames. Or because the Apollo is actually not a 6x6, it has the corners chopped off, you can actually have 2x6 frames go here and loop around the Apollo, and then the Apollo being in the nook of your thing is basically as safe as it's going to be. As far as the perk itself, though, it's basically a 25% damage or durability increase to the parts attached, but 25% to weapons only if attached versus 30% to the entire build for a period of time. Or now with the Ermac, 30% basically infinitely, especially in raids. Means it's not a super attractive option, like I said, especially for the price. If they're comparable on PC, I would probably still recommend getting the Cohort because it's an entire build damage resistance as opposed to weapon only attached to cabin for raid purposes. In PvP, if you feel like you're constantly getting degunned, the Machinist with a Averter or Omamori is probably going to be the beefiest you're going to be able to make your guns. But again, the Ermac does the same thing and can go up to 30% if they're hitting your cabin. The Machinist is a 25% period if you meet all of the conditions. And the Cohort is 30% again for the entire build. So if your option are, if they're hitting cabin, the Ermac gives you a higher percent for everything, and if they're not hitting the cabin but you just only need it for up to 10 seconds, then the cohort still gives it to you for 10 seconds, whereas the machinist is lower percent than the Ermac and is only for the weapon vehicles, or the weapons durability, and only while mounted to the machinist. So it's very, very, very restrictive. That being said, you can still do it with things like having train plows on the front, so it's harder for them to damage the cabin directly, and then slapping on mammoths or mastodons, so then you're very, 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 very hard to degun. But at the same point, then you look at it and it's like your build durability is 18,000, your mammoths have durability of 1,500 each. They'd rather just kill you, the cabin, with the 3,000, you know? Yeah, what's funny you mentioned that, actually, because I don't know if you saw my other videos early in the week, but I actually explicitly talked about the combination of the Avalanche with the Omamori and the Cohort, and then the Colossus. So like I said, I think this is theoretically about as like tanky of a build as you can get without going into like further fusions, but just like these parts, because the Omamori will give you the 50% damage resistance on both the Avalanche and the Jawbreaker if you mount them. So mine on this build is mounted underneath and touching both of them. And then the Avalanche has 30% reloading, the Cohort gives the entire build 30% for 10 seconds, and then the Colossus gives the movement parts 20%. Then of course you slap on the Grizzly Co-Driver, and that can give you another 30% for the period of time for the entire build while active. So yeah, you can definitely be a real tanky if you want to. As far as sideways hovers, I don't really play them, so it's kind of hard to say, but if they made them at all more difficult to use effectively, then they have big thumbs up from me. I guess they wouldn't use those. It'd be more like that and that. Promptly forget that it's 8 long instead of 6. Yeah, so they obviously aren't showing the hover base thing they mentioned, but so if I have this as is, it should just like, yeah, flip over. Yeah, so no, that's actually way, but there is a playhouse sound, that's newer, but yes. So I'm actually surprised that it's not like just constantly flipping towards the cabin currently, but yeah, like this thing isn't stable at all. You'd be really hard pressed to use it effectively in PvP, and that's where the issue is, because it's such low power score now. And then obviously if you widen the base, then you can't actually have your stuff. You could make it like use the whatever it's called, dihedral effect or whatnot, probably, to help, but that would be a little bit more difficult to pull off than before. Methinks. But theoretically, if I make the sides super heavy, then it shouldn't be as tippy, because it should want to center automatically. Yeah, see, so that makes it less tippy, but obviously it's still like nigh fucking unusable. So it feels like they did a pretty good job of making these more difficult. That being said, if you can get it working, they're even more menacing now that they're so much faster and more durable and so much lower power score. But you know, other than those small considerations, basically fixed, right? Yeah, well, again, I'm sure it's not going to stop them. It's just going to make it more difficult, right? Because likewise, if I don't move forward and backwards, and if I just move side to side, then I'm significantly, like, less issues with the tipping. Likewise, too, as long as I don't go too fast. Like, it doesn't, right? Because, like, it overcorrects really easily is sort of the current issue with them. So if you try and stop from overcorrecting, then that what happens is it overcorrects the other way. So as long as you're just doing like small movements or moving in the direction where it's not as finicky, which like I said is sideways, then it's not as much of an issue. That being said, I'd say it's pretty far from usable. Like, I wouldn't consider this a good experience. I'm not even trying to shoot something. So it does feel like they did significant work with making it more difficult to do, which is great, because that was kind of what literally everybody and their mom was asking for, was making the hovers more difficult to be successful with. Well, and especially because, again, with their tonnage increase on top of everything else, it's just, I mean, I still feel like they're going to be overpowered and we're going to see them overrepresented, but in theory, less problematic in that regard. And for big Rammies, not really even sure how or what I test for the pushing, but like pushing hovers is nothing new. Yeah, that's better. That's about the same as before. That's definitely better, because beforehand that build wouldn't get pushed around at all. Yeah, so they increased that a bit, and then they said they increased their climbing capability. I don't suspect it's nearly as good as Goliath still, but Goliaths are kind of a unique case, so it should hardly be a surprise. Because I shouldn't be able to drive up this ramp all the way. Yeah, but if I spider leg it, oh yeah, it's doing it. It's really slow at it, but I can actually climb it now. So yeah, did pretty good on that front. I imagine I'll probably have more issues if I try and go dead on, but yeah. We can wall climb again, baby. Times are good. Wall climbing spider meta, here we go. They're probably gonna have to, like, they said they cleaned up a bunch of invisible walls, but I imagine there's gonna be a bunch of issues with people climbing on places they're not supposed to with legs now. We'll have to see how that turns out. But yeah, no, it's actually pretty steady. Like, I'm not even pushing anything right now, it's just vibing. So, credit where it's due. Very nice. It's kind of weird that it has such issues with turning, because theoretically it shouldn't. It looks like they just treat it as like a flat speed or engine power decrease for some reason, rather than, because that's me going full speed forward. I'm not actually going, there we go. So yeah, they have some wonky physics going on, but in any case it's better. So if I do, but I'll just yoink. That. Let's see if it's any better. Oh, the directional acceleration feels a lot better with them, at least. Let's see how well this dude does. Yeah, so same problem. It's kind of funny it says 50 kph still in the bottom. Like, I'm definitely not moving 50 kph. Like, it might be putting out equivalent engine torque to 50 kph, but it's definitely not going that fast. Yeah, so we'll have to see some more raids, how those perform. Still gotta do another hard raid. Steel Cradle, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, it's been suggested before, but, like, I don't think it'd be fair if you could actually literally climb with them. People have suggested maybe actually having specific legs that do that, like, as their perk, but at the same time, if they can climb literally 90-degree walls, there's literally no safe place on the map, other than ones where, like, if they throw, you know, like, overhangs all the way around. So we'll have to see what or if you can actually break with it, but I imagine it'll make it a lot easier to navigate on maps, especially like the Junkyard one, Port 45 or whatever it's called, for the perimeter breach, because that historically has been kind of rough for spider legs. A good week to be grinding out plastic, I guess, too. Oh, they added, like, for the scope, you can actually see, I mean, it's kind of funny because it's the same regardless of the zoom level, which it should theoretically magnify as well, I think. But it looks like they added some, like, an overlay vignette to represent using the scope, which is kind of neat. I do think I'm going to turn off the text because, well, it's like not super important for like raids, especially because there's just a lot of the info. I think it'll be kind of distracting. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase. It wasn't super distracting because I could kind of just ignore it because I was focusing on what I was shooting at, but at the same time I think it could be distracting, especially in PvP, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. That being said, it is also free information. Like, if you leave mines on the map, you can actually know, oh, I immobilized, oh, I degunned somebody or something, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, you should be running a Doppler radar anyway and know, so. Somebody's running Kaiju. Welp. Rip us. It's also interesting because hovers were phenomenal. Like, they were, based on the other spreadsheeting I was talking about in the other video, they were literally the best part in the game for just like inflating your power score for no reason. So now that they're 3 times worse at that, although still like amongst the better options, the like highest power score builds, especially in like exhibition, should be significantly reduced, because I know beforehand people would explicitly try for 20,000 power score, but in order to do that you basically have to run relics and then a light cabin or medium cabin and then a shit ton of hovers. So not that that like functionally changes a whole lot, of course, just for the whole pissing contest sort of thing and in PvP.
Well done. That's right.
Do like how rich all of the effects are, though. Gotta say, stuff is definitely looking better. Unlike this hard rate, which is looking like it's gonna go terribly. Yeah, I'm gonna do without that scope stuff too. I can see where I'm getting shot from. Let me push the corpse around. Nice. Yeah, and I was actually talking to the person I play with daily yesterday, actually. I said I kind of had mixed feelings about getting the battle pass for Enemy of the Enemy, which is the one that had the machinist, and I ended up deciding against it, but like the Arbiter CK from that was so fucking fly, honestly. Like in hindsight, I probably should have just bought the battle pass just for that CK, because buying the CK by itself is about 80 crowns, which is about 10 bucks Canadian, so it'd be the same as buying the fucking battle pass anyway. And mind you too, a part of it was I was trying to do it as like sort of a statement thing of not liking how they made the like legendary blueprints only craftable during the season and whatnot, and I think we're kind of seeing the effects of that now, like I said, with the price of the machinist and Stillwind. But like still, as far as the actual items from the pack, like just grabbing the one CK, like I said, is worth the value of the entire BP. So kind of missed out on that. I didn't expect that I'd be using or getting Arbiters in the near future, because I didn't really feel like I had a need for more miniguns, never mind when I already, you know, have the Reapers. But the Reapers suck, the Millies are better than them now basically, and then I ended up picking up the Arbiters anyway because they're an upgrade to the Equalizer, and those light miniguns make the plastic raids go by a lot faster than pretty much any other weapon I've found. So I still use the Cyclones for hard raids because you actually need the extra oomph of them, but for the like just raw DPS without needing to actually like hit explosives and whatnot, the light miniguns are so much better. Yeah, it is the Concrete Breaker CK that I'm referring to, yeah. Now, so I'm running these are both, or sorry, I don't actually have the Aurora on this build, but the Amaterasu and the Yari, whatever, CK from last season, those both look really good. So I actually made the video earlier talking about my builds, and this was called the Crab Clone as a Crab Cyclone, but I've changed it somewhat kind of to this, I think it's called Cyber Crab. I'd like to name it fully as the Cyber Crab Clone, because the Syndicate CKs on the stuff definitely looks a lot more in line with that, and, you know, futuristic-y, especially alongside the fact that I'm using the Nova cabin and Big Ram legs, so one of the only CKs, yeah. Well, I mean, now that you can buy CKs for crowns, like, you know, you can always buy them in the store. Again, legendary CKs tend to be about 80 crowns each, though, about $8 US, $10 Canadian, so it's not to say that they're cheap by any means, but on the plus side, you'll very likely have the opportunity to get the Yari CK again, even if it is something that you pay for via real money, so can definitely see you're coming from where the missing stuff. I did the same thing with Warframe a bit, especially with the Nightwave. Currently, even I don't even have all the challenges for the current Nightwave done because we procrastinated a bit on them, so I still need to do quite a few of those before the current season ends, but obviously that's a little less punishing than Crossout. At the same time too, all you had to do was kind of like remember to show up on the second last day of this and get all your weeklies done, so you did have the opportunity to do it. Likewise with the Nightwave for Warframe, I just find that these ones are a lot easier and quicker because you don't have, you know, the backlog where you can only have 3 recovered a day. You can have the 6 recovered at a time, or even more. It might actually go up to 8 recovered at a time with these ones. And obviously a lot of them are ones you can do within like a match with not having to do a, you know, half-hour survival for the one challenge. You can get multiple done at a time too, so. Yeah, well, it's actually funny, it's the same way the other person I play with, Regan, I kept trying to get her into Warframe because I thought it'd be of interest to her, so she tried the tutorial a couple times, didn't really get into it, and then last December, actually had her try it out, and she's clocked, I think, close to 1,000 hours between then and now. She's really taken a shining to it, so. Cyber ninjas in space, right? Who would have imagined that that would be something of interest to people? Definitely a fuck ton of content to it though, if you don't just like speedrunner, like drop big bucks on buying all this stuff. Like grinding stuff is obviously like it takes time and there's a shit ton of them, but I feel like the grind is a little bit more, the progression feels a bit faster with Warframe than here, because obviously a single breaker is like, or a single relic is months of work, whereas no single item in there is months of work. It's just like, oh, there's a new prime, so you might have to work like a week for it to get the relics and the other stuff. But the overall grind is probably like not crazy different, but in here it's about having you know, the end game is having a few high value items, whereas in Warframe it's generally about having a lot of like lower value items, you know, or you know, if you're going to hoard everything or have like viable builds for everything, is at least. Yeah, well, and the nice thing is that you can actually get the premium currency with in-game by just selling stuff you don't need, or you have duplicates or farming or whatnot, whereas here, obviously, crowns, it's literally buy only. That's it. That's the only way you can get them. Spend real money on them. So it really sucks, because it doesn't matter how much you have in your account. It's like, well, if you want the battle pass, you're going to have to open up your wallet. So, not to say there aren't merits to it, of course, it's just a hell of a lot more restrictive. Stop killing me, you jerks. Your boss is already almost dead. Well, hopefully Rando can kill him. Yeah, we haven't touched Revenant yet. Or Korra, actually, for that matter. They're the only two. Like, I literally have every other Prime, everything, other than the ones with the two newest releases. But it hasn't been super high priority, and then of course you gotta actually get the relics and then farm them, and we haven't done very much stuff that gets relics. We've been doing other things we need to do in order to like unlock stuff, so like doing the Knights of Nabris stuff, right? Like you aren't going to get very many relics at all from there, never mind any of the new ones. So, but again, because we haven't been explicitly going and trying to do it, it's not like it's any big loss that we haven't gotten any, you know? It's not like we've spent like hours and days trying to grind and not gotten any. It's just that we haven't tried and we don't have any. So in fact, we have some from not worrying about doing it. So yeah, well, the big thing, like I said, is just getting the relics to begin with, and then getting the parts from luck. So it's just RNG on RNG, but getting like void traces themselves aren't too crazy difficult, at least. Generally speaking, neither are the RNG for either of those, especially if you run them as a group. But yeah, well, I mean, Korra's crazy fucking meta, yeah. Meta in a bunch of different ways. Actually, it's not just like one good thing that she does as a one-trick pony. Does everything that she does real well. Well, I think that's everything to test about the new stuff other than Witch Hunt, but I mean, Witch Hunt is just feeling like it's the Witch Hunt from before, so I don't think there's a whole lot to it there. More messages. The devs know about it. Alright. That's a really chill way to look at it. Fairly just like, yep, we know. Wild. I mean, to be fair, saying she can drop the most damage in the game, it's because is it her first ability you can stat stick, and then the it has a scale, it has a multiplier, right? So it's not crazy surprising that when you get multiplicative damage sources together that you can whip for millions of damage and then spam whip it. But I mean, to be fair, Saren's the same thing in certain instances, and so is Mirage, but Core is definitely like the most brain dead one of it, it feels. When the billing, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You can do crazy optimization stuff. Well, even I have Shocker, I have another spreadsheet for Warframe. And like you can do crazy amounts of damage. Like you can get, they're what, 22,000 power strength? Sorry, 2200 power strength, and that's before using Nidus. If you do use Nidus, you can get up to damn near 6,000. So yeah, I mean, like you're there's no reasonable use for billions of damage, to be fair, but can definitely go crazy for sure. I don't actually know if I have anything I still need to keep. I mean, I still have all of the updates and all the red tabs of stuff that aren't done, but I don't think I need to actively do any of those right now for that. Yeah, well, that's true. But again, you don't need billions of damage for it. You only need like tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, unless you're going for like a literal week's worth of survival or endless runs. So. Willing to buy Ermac when prices crash back down. Willing to buy Catalina for not dummy amounts. I think I might have to pay dummy amounts for it though. Well, not have to, but I think I'm going to end up paying dummy amounts for it just to try her out. It's so hot. Well, Heat Xmas haven't really been having issues with it, sounds like. I mean, it depends on your frame and whatnot, but it sounds like you probably need more armor on your build, unless you're running somebody like Volt, in which case you need to rely on shield gating more. Yeah, with Volt you gotta rely on shield gates. For sure. Not a very tanky frame in the armor or health department. It is kind of pretty tempting to grab the pack, I'm not gonna lie. But again, do I really want to incentivize feature and power creep, as well as locking stuff behind pack exclusive stuff? Like, not really. Regan very much did the same thing of prioritizing going fast, and then it's funny because I end up outracing her most of the time anyway. What is that part on the front actually? Is that just the days upside down? I don't think I recognize the mesh grill thing. Oh yeah, it's just the days. Okay. Yeah, problem is you have to actually, you know, do it though, because if you say that and then I outrun you and or you die, then you're not really doing yourself any favors, are you? I really like the look of the days there for the front trunk thing, but obviously not super viable to actually place it there. Pretty neat though. The pack is pretty damn tempting though. Pretty damn tempting. Yeah, well I just did the quick maths in my head and you get about 16,000 coins for this pack currently. I mean, prices are probably going to stabilize otherwise, but you get 4 just of coins, and then you get 2 times 5 for the decor times 2. So you get 5, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 for the cabin. Another 2,000 from the guns, although those will probably decrease a little bit. And then, well, okay, I guess I already have a Catalina limo. Hot, hot, hot. If I were a smarter man, I'd wait for prices to stabilize a bit, but alas, I am not. I want the shiny. I want it all. I was debating buying the pack, but now that I actually just straight up bought the cabin, I guess that makes that decision a lot easier, doesn't it? Still do need to grab those new parts, but of course, while they're not in the patch exchange, I don't have much options there. Neat. Okay, well, time for me to go fucking ham with building something with the Catalina. Are you sure you didn't misclick? Because I would not be surprised. It would not be the first. Oh! Oh my god, this thing has a beautiful footprint. Oh, what's the quote? I didn't read it. Just look at those lines. Real beauty. Oh, it sure is, Jones. It sure is. Are you preoccupied? I need to show you the world when you are free. Hadron does have a red horn, that's very true. So I blow all my free money on the new pack stuff. Could have just said, oh, I'll grab myself a birthday gift and just buy the new pack. But I didn't. At least not so far. But I suppose I could always just flip the cabinet and try to do so. Not that I necessarily... Oh my god, somebody bought it for 5,000. Fucking crazy. Crazy people out there. Could totally just buy it. You don't think anyone? Oh, I think they have. I think there's been people with them. Source. People have bought and sold the exclusive paint for it. At least for us. Might not be as much for y'all, but... Do I bang shield? Do I know? I mean, I have my suspicions. I'm very much thinking I might honestly do the same and buy the light pack. Very much considering it. But I'm alright for the meantime. Oh, I gotta show you. I don't know if Mr. Arns is now free, but Bangy Boy, if you are, I gotta show you quite possibly the best thing about this. And that's that our good friend has the sexiest footprint in the fucking game. Reason being is it's a 6x6 with an attached section, so you can fit an entire Apollo on it, and then put frames on either side around it. Like, my god, just look at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. There's no up from here, ladies and gentlemen. Peak design. Now I gotta find some sexy way to get this stuff going, but don't think it'll be too hard. Speaking of, what are the fucking fusions in it? Better yet, what are the ideal fusions for the Varen? Let's see. Let's see. Well, I mean, you can do that with a bunch of cabins that are, like, larger than it. Like, I mean, it's not the only one that's, like, you know, 6x6 or larger. Like, most of the heavy cabins are significantly larger than that. But the thing is, it's the smallest one, I think, that actually manages to pull it off. Because I talked about it quite a bit, actually, with the cockpit, because that's actually how it let me do my new bomber build, instead of having a gas gen in the center, because they finally added enough pips to do so. I guess maybe the commie might be... No, the commie's huge. I have yet to build with it, as if that wasn't obvious enough. But the Catalina is like the exact smallest possible size where you could do it and get away with it. It's lovely. I do almost wish it was the other way around, though, where it had the, like, little block on the front, because then I could also shove stuff, like, through frame level, like a chameleon there. But I'm not going to do that with only a 1x6 and then wrapping parts, you know. But you could. There you go. If somebody needed some inspiration on what to do with it, there's your answer, is put a chameleon. Anyway, Varen. What is the fusion? Don't care about any of these. Maybe the pyre. Let's see. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. New build stuff. Wow, that's expensive. It's what? So much cheaper to just build on your own. It's like half that. Cool, these ones. I'm assuming people probably like quick sold, quick bought them for way too much. When the thing was... Oh no, I guess they announced ahead of time, so people could have taken their offers down. I mean, somebody still paid way too much twice, but whatever. Right stick details, huh? Okay. Just brings up the splash again. Jacques lanterns. Pump balloons. Do think I'm going to need to grab a couple of those to go with my rocket balloons, but otherwise, we can craft one, as many as you want of which sticks. And of course they don't show us the market screen from here. Lovely. Let's see. Paint. So much new stuff. How exciting. Well, not new to me at least. Yeah, fusion, nope. Maybe, but I also have the arbiters, so like, oh, why bother? Interceptor, durability, active time. Decisions to be made there, I suppose. But like, alternating two of them is also just like really great. I also don't really use it anyway. Nobody really uses it, but the possibility is there. Hadiokais, sold them. Trombones, Lamau, Blight. Oh. Well, stonks to that again, especially after they just had the pack sale. Caucasus. Oh, Bangy Boy. Did you see? Oh, it's spread, whatever. Definitely needs turn speed on that guy. Whatever. That's pretty good. But I don't use the remedies either. Big Rams, very good mass power. Beautiful. Love it. But price, not stonks. Oh my god, and it still costs so much. These fusions are expensive, damn. $300 of plastic. Another 100 of copper. Another 300 of wires. These are not kind fusions at all. These are expensive, bro. Yeah, the Astreus, you'd spend more money buying the Astreus. Or sorry, you'd spend more money on the fusion than just like buying the Astreus for this. Wild. Didn't they have the Varen too? Oh, they totally did. Okay, well that could be spicy. Let's see, Ermac, of course. So expensive. Arbiters, beautiful fusion. Not gonna drop that much money on. Dude, these fusions are crazy expensive. Damn. Spoiled by the prior upgrade event, I guess. These different fusions. No, of course not. Catalina, is it a mass? No, it's not. Well, that's interesting. Seal, LOL. Buggy Wheels, whatever. Thresher, whatever. Skinner, whatever. Buggy Wheel, whatever. Cricket, Olamau. Not a half bad fusion for him though, especially for the price of the item, but active time plus 50%. Jeez. That's a bit much, isn't it, Debs? Damn. I might actually have to pick up a second one and fuse it that way. How much? Or is it a guaranteed fusion anyway? Damn, dude, that's cracked. 50% active time? Ain't nobody else got that. That's a crazy high value. Damn. Way too much. Another 300, yeah. 400. Almost 1,000. Yeah. Just for the guaranteed fusion, damn. Damn, man. Super fast reload Fatman. Kings, whatever. Varen. Durability, charge time, speed. I probably want the damage. Like, the entire point is stacking dummy amounts of damage on the thing. Other fusions are kind of whatever. Pretty good fusions though, if you like the overheat fire weapons. but I think to be fair they did the same with the last event too. So maybe just too much favoritism on their end to keep doing that. Oopsie, scratched the back of my neck and now I'm bleeding. That's fine, I got tons of extra blood anyway. Yeah, pretty interesting, certainly. I wonder if me building a Catalina should be a new video. Nah, we're already on what? 4 hours? Define fuse the bows and missing paints. Are you referring to fusing the Varan for use with the Catalina and then buy the paints from the other packs? Because again, too, like I said, just like with the Estrellas, if you're talking about the guaranteed fusion, personally, I don't think they're the best option for it, and you're going to spend more on the resources here than on the Barons. Oh, maybe not, their price spiked. You're going to spend approximately equivalent as on the Barons themselves. I guess to be fair too, the fusion's only another, what, 10% damage, so it's not huge. So I suppose the 15% faster reload might be a bigger deal. I love the super shitty, just like pallet roof mount. Beautiful. Death mask paint. Yeah, well that's, to be fair, that one's not new. Not that I'm saying that you said it was or anything, but at least like that one's not a new paint. It's been around for a while. It's a returning one, so. Oh, you're talking about the paints from the event. Yeah. You got my boat, baby. I mean, I've heard they're extremely good, too much so on PC. I can't speak to the truth of it or not, because I'm not on PC, but just what I've heard. So that they're apparently pretty spicy, especially for people using macros. These things have so much ammo too. I don't even have an ammo pack on it and they start at 60, damn. Oh, to be fair, I have J. No, J doesn't give ammo, does she? No. Wild. Scared of everyone using. Yeah, fair. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put together a build here, I think, and then I'm going to try it out in Plastic Frontier Defense if and when that shows up. What do I have? I have... Well, especially when you get the, you know, guaranteed fusion. Can make it quite intimidating. Let's see, why would I do the work of remathing stuff out if I can just use a spreadsheet, which I already did the math on? Nice. Icarus? Why would I put this on the Icarus? Seems kind of silly. Whatever. Very car-like. Whatever. Well, what? Oh, and they changed the stats too, right? So... Ugh, it doesn't even grab from the raid values. Parts master, hardware movement part. So, Icarus old is no longer Icarus old, it's just Icarus. Icarus, baby. So, yeah, you don't even need 6 Icarus 7s for this, man. That's crazy. Crazy. Well, that's the oppressor at work for you, I guess. Was it 95 kph? I don't even really need the oppressor. Do I even need the flywheel on this? Feels like they shoot plenty fast. Do they even... They don't even reload, do they? They're instant. It's just literally charge rate. God damn. So yeah, you might actually... Shit. That's wild. We're actually going to do... My fucking trombone, baby! Oh, this is gonna be disgusting. Oh, it's gonna be great. Alright, well, this is going to be fear sparking, I think. Yeah, Neutrino Icarus, my god. Though, if anything, this proves that there isn't one. And if there is, he is forsaken Crossout. As I basically just reconstruct my fucking pyre build. Wild. This is gonna be way too good, baby. Way too good. Build up those charges, baby. All right, a little bit of everything, except for the trombone, because I don't have a radar. Slap it on the front, balance up the weight a little bit. Slap on a scope, be super fly. Slap this on a different button. Okay, so with all the stacks and without any infusion, then the max stack and heating. Oops, I just broke the stack. Well. Is Yeah, 1,000 damage per shot. Bruh. Certified bruh moment. Look at that, bang shield, 1,000 damage per shot once every second and a half. Bruh. Bruh. Yeah, they're gonna be a little silly and right. You sure can try. I know there's some on exhibition, but apparently exhibition's also broken, so I'm not going to worry too much about finagling it right now. But I know the Kaiju Machinist Averter's pretty popular. For obvious reasons. Plus, I mean, the Kaiju's just a beast to begin with. Raids is gonna be, oh, it's gonna be something, man. It's gonna be setting the world on fire is what it is. Oh, look at that, I can't even fit that boy in there. Nice. Oh, I can even fit, what? Stop you. So by that logic, I should be able to fit that in there. But probably not, because, yeah, of course not. Oh, also, Catalina, probably going to be super cracked as a levy cabin. But it shouldn't be a surprise. Other dude said he already slapped it on all of his levy builds. Oh, that almost works. Not very well, mind, but... Well, shame on it not letting me move this 1 pip further up. Not so sure what it thinks it's colliding with, but I strongly disagree. Well, probably want to actually make these 2x6, probably lightweight. Make the build 8 wide overall. Have happy Varen sniping noises. Cry because you can't fit a 1x6 in there. Oh wow, that's slick. You guys see that? That is that good design shit you live for. You can surround the trombone with elbows. That's nice. That's real nice. The stuff of dreams right there. I'll say though, I do not feel like they did justice to this mesh. Well, and that is gotta be the single hackiest thing I have ever done in Crossout. Beautiful. Managed to catch the building of it on camera. There is no way that that should work. And yet it does beautifully. Oh, I fucked up. I totally had 2 offers up for the cabin. Oh, well, awkward. Or do I want to fuse it? Probably not. Probably okay without. Surprised though, looks like the price is actually gonna drop. Well, might very well suck to be me. Alright, well, I'm still not super satisfied with how tippy this is, but it is a build. Once a plastic frontier defense rolls around, I can actually give it a shot. I have a feeling I might end up changing movement parts to something else, though I don't know at this stage what that's going to end up being or looking like, but guess we'll see what the future holds.